Welcome to the World Series of Poker Circuit, live from Kings Resort. Today, I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Leon Sukanic to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. What about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At Kings Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years, with over 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making Kings Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at Kings to become a part of poker history.
You are very welcome. This is indeed Kings Resort. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event. Thank you for joining. About to kick off. This is day 3. We're going to be bringing you action from another feature table. You can see the graphic there in your screen. List of players on our feature table. Some real interesting characters. I'm joined also by an interesting character. My very good friend, fellow countryman, poker coach, author, commentator, all-round nice guy, Dara O'Carney.
Hi, Fintan. Delighted to be here joining you again today. We had a lot of fun yesterday, a lot of interesting poker, and today's going to be particularly exciting as we play down to the final table.
Yeah, all these players, of course, they've earned money, Dara, which is the target and goal. Obviously, every player that enters an event, they want to cash, they want to make money, and all of these guys are guaranteed profit, which is always good.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said yesterday, we have a lot of satellite qualifiers in the field. So for them, this is particularly exciting. They have a lot more than their original investment already locked up, and they're playing for life-changing sums of money.
Of course, this main event, which is the gold ring number 14 of 15 gold rings, this holds a guaranteed minimum prize pool of 500k, but that prize pool was exceeded. We had 808 entries, and I'm told just 59 left in the mix. And the players we're going to be featuring on our stream here today is right in front of you, listed. Some familiar faces. Joseph Agulas, who we featured on the outer tables yesterday. Joseph, of course, is Joseph Sr. His son has just exploded onto the live poker scene in the last year, finishing third in the Italian poker sport here in the resort, and then getting his ticket, won his ticket, Dara, from a 250 euro buy-in event, his 10k ticket, and he went on to win 1.27 million euro.
Yeah, it just shows the kind of spin up that's possible. And speaking of tickets, just looking at the Twitch chat, I see Night One has put that the first 12 places in this tournament will also get WSOP ticket worth over 10,000 euro. So that will make things very interesting when there's 13, 14, 15 people left.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like a tournament within a tournament, playing for obviously the cash payout, but then on top of that, there is the World Series of Poker main event seats. And Dara, I'm sure you were following the news. There was a state of emergency called in several countries in Europe, like right in the middle of that festival. Of course, they managed to adjust the schedule, and we played out the main event, and incredibly, it hit the highest volume of entries since the start of the World Series of Poker Europe.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's testament to their ability to just scramble on their feet. It's obviously been a really difficult time for live poker these last few years. For a lot of it, there hasn't been any live poker. I think we're all hoping that 2022 will be the year where everything gets back to normal.
Absolutely. Right, we're off. This is our feature table. Some really interesting characters. That's familiar face. I think we're going straight to an outer table. Is that right, Dara?
It looks like it, yeah. I'm not sure what's...
Just to give you get a look and feel of what's happening. Several familiar players in the mix. Back to the feature table, and you can see the big stack there. Albers, the Dutch player, 84 bigs. Fazula, also sitting on over 2 million. Then we have Karl Novotny, who cashed here in the Colossus during that World Series of Poker Europe that we were speaking about. Record-breaking festival. So seats awarded for the top finishers at this event for that World Series main event. And the word on the street, Dara, it's going to be one of the standout events of the year, not only as a European event, but worldwide. Players already looking to reserve accommodation, etc., for the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
Yeah, it's been a real fixture on the calendar recently since it moved to Rozvadov, and it is sort of the biggest prestigious tournament that we have in Europe now.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of looking for a home. I mean, there was talk even at one stage of it coming to Ireland. World Series of Poker Europe. It's in France for several years. London, of course, which is one of the standout events in my mind over the last couple of decades, when that young girl from Norway, Annette, just announced herself on the world stage by winning, youngest person ever to win a major.
Yeah, Annette was a phenomenon back in the day. She really burst on the scene and defied all the conventions about how well women played and how well, in particular, younger women played.
I think now the World Series has found its home. The Kings partnership has just worked out perfectly. It's a really good fit. I mean, it's the center of Europe, easy access, and they have the space, services, the know-how to produce just huge numbers. Right now we're looking at a circuit main event, which this was 1,700 buy-in, and guaranteed prize pool was 1 million. We're looking at Roman move all in here. It's not going to be good news for Roman, 655k. The chip leader, Albers, will get out of the way, but Fazula, the Turkish player, is sitting on 2 million with ace king suited. he's going to be calling here.
Yeah, he will for sure. Yeah, this is a big shove. It's what does that work out at? 26 big blinds over and under the gun raise. It's certainly brave. You can't imagine under the gun is Ace Queen's going to be in great shape against the calling range.
Ace. The trees go into the bin there. Ace King versus Ace Queen. Roman. First hand takes a punt. As you say, big shove, Dara.
Yeah. I guess he
Blinds
just
are
looked down at a big hand and he thought, okay, what else can I do? I think he could have flatted there. I mean, he might have got in trouble on the flop anyway, but the shove just seems a little bit rash.
three clubs is not really any help to Roman. He's struggling here. There's a queen of hearts already folded pre-flop. So just two queens, two clean outs. Well, that's
Oh my goodness.
unbelievable.
The fact it's the queen of clubs is
Unreal.
slight consolation because it could possibly chop on the river now if we get a fifth club.
Club for a chop. Doesn't happen. Two pair. Roman. Now, I mean, this is just huge, really, when you think Faizullah over 2 million sits down with like 80 bigs, start of day, has a plan. He wants to reach that final table. That's the goal. And then gets it all in with the Ace King. Ace Queen absolutely crushed. And then just out of nowhere, Queen on the turn. It's a tough game, Dara.
It really is. I mean, he obviously came into today feeling great, and then first hand of the day, you get in Ace King against Ace Queen. You can't ask for much better than that. You're already kind of thinking, okay, I'm going to be up over 2 million chips. That's amazing. And now suddenly he finds himself dragged back into the mix. He's going to have to mentally readjust now and just accept the fact that he's got whatever he's got left and forget about what's happened. But it's very, very hard because he, as you say, he had the Ace Queen crushed pre-flop.
So all of these guys have locked up a payday. But big money, Dara. It's always on that final table. Top 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah, for sure. It's like all tournaments. It's very top heavy, and you have to play relatively normally now until you get last 2 tables or so. We will have that sort of unusual bubble that we talked about earlier because of the fact that they're giving seats to the worth 10k to the first 12. So certainly when there's 15, 14 left, that's going to increase the ICM pressure. But until then, they just kind of have to play normally, try and build their stack and put themselves into a position to challenge for those top spots.
So this is Yaroslav Petter, who's actually won a gold ring during this series. Yaroslav, huge player in these parts.
And we're going to...
This... Faizullah just lost one.
Yeah.
So he was under the gun last hand, Faizullah, on the big blind here with ace-7. And Gulas has the 5s, but top 2 for Faizullah. I mean, if that 4 was a 5, it would have been just... it would have been absolutely sick.
Yeah. The big blind's feeling great about this now. It's going to be hard to get paid, though.
This is the chip leader, Albers, the Dutchman, with King Jack is going to continue, which is ambitious.
This is very ambitious. Yeah.
4-way.
This is a very ambitious 4-way, and he really just has a very specific backdoor. Queen 10 makes it straight for him. He doesn't even have a heart in his hand. I think it would have been more prudent maybe just to accept on not winning this hand, but he's taking a stab, hoping nobody has the ace, but he's going to get the bad news.
Fizula just on the back of losing that huge pot. Ace King versus Ace Queen. He got a bad beat with the Queen on the turn, but flop top 2 here. Now this guy is high quality. This Romanian in seat 1, Dara, Marius Gigoveniu. We featured him on a few streams, so he is shortish. I think he's about 20 bigs behind, but definitely one to watch. Now, back to the big stack, Albers, who's getting the news that Fizula, these were the 2 guys with the big stack at the beginning of play. So, well, Albers is trying to establish his dominance here.
Wow, this is high wire stuff. He's not giving up with his King Jack, no pair, no draw.
So what's going through Fizula's mind now? He's up against a Ace King, Ace Queen.
Yeah. The pair for the Dutchman might slow things down.
He's hit a pair, so he has a 2 pair draw, trip draw. And he might want just to get to the river without putting any more money in the pot, but Fizula is going to protect his hand. Possibly he's up against some kind of huge combo draw like King, Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, he does. The stack, the pot is already huge now. It's 895k in the middle. Fizula only has a bit more than that behind. So he's moved all in exactly for the reason you said there. He thinks he might be up against a draw, and he wants to deny equity to that draw.
And of course, Ace Queen, Ace King, these are kind of hands that would pay him off. I mean, this is what a great situation. I mean,
yeah, I really don't understand why we're getting a count here. I can't imagine he's ever going to call with the King Jack.
And this will bring a Fizula right back up to 2 million. Albers,
Yeah.
as you say, Darren, no intention really here of calling. He's just saving face.
Yeah.
Made a move.
Made a move, hit the turn, and still doesn't have a hand good enough to call, which, you know, calls into question what the flop call was about. I mean, the only way he could possibly call here is if he somehow convinces himself that this is a draw, like 5-6 or 2 hearts. But even then,
Which, yeah, it wouldn't be out of the question, I suppose, given that
yeah,
Fizula in the big blind, so there's not many aces there. You would hear from a lot of Fizula's aces pre-flop, right?
Yeah, certainly the bigger ones you would for sure. They would have all squeezed. Yeah, I mean, this is a spot with the King Jack where you're either crushed like he is, or the guy still has about 20-25% equity, depending on what his draw is. Well, we're waiting for him to make his decision. I see some familiar faces in the chat already. Bobic, 1988. He's already been telling the chat how much he loves Finton.
Great guy, Bobic. Just a really, really bad poker player. That's his only downfall. He should just give up poker for life. That's the fold, Dara. Or is it still? Hand is still live. This is taking quite some time.
He is.
Of course, Faizullah is just, I mean, he's great spot for him. He's convinced he's up against ace queen, maybe ace 10. He knows now it's not ace jack. That was a concern.
Yeah, he knows his hand is good now. He might be just worried that it's something like king jack of hearts or something, a pair and a draw, and then he's really rooting for the fold. If he could see the Dutchman's hands, he'd obviously would want the call here.
He's very close to putting this money in.
Wow, this would be a no. I mean, he's either a very good actor or he was genuinely tortured there. He didn't look like he was just trying to save face. He thought he was. It looked like he was seriously thinking to put the money in, which would have been very, very ambitious.
So, I mean, we've just played two hands, and this gentleman here is just like, it's unreal. All his money's been over the line. He's called an all in, and he's moved all in. Faizullah, well, back to where he started more or less. Maybe a couple of blinds less. So Alber's taking a hit. Some real interesting characters. Yaroslav, of course, we pointed out. Multiple tournament winner, and won a gold ring during this series last week. Now, this guy, Marius, very tricky, but doesn't have the stack. Yaroslav in the bin, and now Karl Novotny on the button, but 6-2 offsuit, not attractive. Faizullah with the king deuce in the small blind, and it's Cecil in the big blind. Cecil playing a short stack. I say short, just under 20 bigs. Jack 10.
Yeah, the call here is pretty standard. He has a hand that plays very well in position.
That equity surprises me, Dara. 38% for the king deuce pre.
That must be down to folded cards, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. Graphics do take that into account. King 2 shoots into the lead, almost 2-1 favourite now. With the queen 3 board. It's gone check. Faizullah, it's 2 pair. Cecil needs to hit a jack or a 10. They're all alive. There's 6 of them out there, and one of them pops up on the river. Faizullah happy to check his 2 pair, but I think we're going to see a value bet here from Cecil with queens and tens.
If he sizes this right, he'll get a call as well, because Cecil will have a lot of bluffs here. Once it checks due to the river, he has a lot of incentive to bluff. Zula is thinking about it though. This would be a good fold if you can find it. Zula taking his time here. He's looking at his opponent, trying to get a read whether he's bluffing or not. Now it looks like he's doing the trick of reaching for chips and looking at his opponent for a reaction. Opponent is still sitting there, Cecil, completely stony-faced.
Cecil knows he's ahead. He gets paid, Dara, as you say.
Yeah.
The sizing was good.
Yeah, I think he got the absolute maximum there. If he'd gone much bigger, he probably Fazula probably would have folded.
Opportunity. I was just going to say a missed opportunity on the turn there, I think, from Fazula.
Yeah, I think he thought his hand.
His 2-pair.
Yeah, there's some argument for betting there for protection for sure. Bobbage in the chat says, just tell Finton I'm waiting for him at EPM for a heads up Omaha. So you've been challenged.
Heads up Omaha EPM. Okay.
And
of course
Sorry, go on, Finton. Yeah.
The EPM, yeah, it's the next festival. I believe it kicks off this week. EPM here in the resort. Well, actually, no, it kicks off next week. This week is the European Poker Sport Championship, 300k guaranteed. And that's just for like 230 buy-in, I believe. And then we have the EPM, which is European Poker. Can you guess what the M stands for, Dara?
I'm going to go with Masters.
No. Going to give you one more guess.
Okay, European.
EPM, Euro Poker.
Major?
You're really off form. I'll give you one more shot, okay?
Okay.
Euro Poker.
Millions.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I may have cheated there. Bobbage may have told me in the chat.
Now, this is action flop here.
Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, my God, look how big Cecil's draw is. Open-ender, but he doesn't know that his flush draw is no good. Joseph with the better flush draw.
This is unbelievable. Yaroslav does have the 2 overs to the back door, but I think he's just going to let this go.
Yeah. Even if you hit your overs, you wouldn't feel great about them necessarily.
Yaroslav Petter, of course, multiple tournament winner here in Kings. The Czech player will be very familiar with his opponent in this hand, Joseph Gulas. Both of them serial winners. Yaroslav won the 5-card PLO last week. Gold ring number 10. Also cashed in the pot limit high-low. And the pot limit bounty hunter. All in this series. Now, did I just hear Cecil raising? No.
Yeah, he's gone for the check raise, which is understandable because he has such a huge draw and he has absolutely no showdown with 9 high. So this is designed to fold a lot of better hands. They're going to get it in now, and Cecil will be pretty disgusted when he sees that his flush draw is no good. There we go. Yeah, that face.
It's pretty bad, really, isn't it?
Yeah, he's drawing just to the straight.
35%. And one of his outs folded by Yaroslav. Of course, Joseph with another of his outs, that Jack of Clubs, blocking the straight possibility for Cecil. Now this is a great situation for
that takes
Joseph
away
Gulas.
The 9 and 8 is an out now.
Joseph Gulas eliminating Cecil. Cecil wins one, but then loses a big one. And it's end of tournament, end of event. Joseph Gulas.
Yeah, we saw Cecil on the feature table yesterday. We remember that huge hand where he opened the button with ace king, got 3-bet, 4-bet, got shoved on by king 9 off, and had to fold. He had a huge stack at that point, up near $1 million. So I guess he lost a few more chips before the end of play yesterday, and this is a sad end for him. But he played really well. Nothing he can do there. Like his hand is so big that he obviously is trying to get it in, thinking that he has all the outs in the world, that his flush outs are good, his straight outs are good.
All his flush outs dead, of course, and a couple of his straight outs also. 2-1 favourite when the money went in. Joseph Gulas held, and now top of the chip count chart. Joseph Gulas, 800k in tournament live earnings cashed here in the mini main event. And of course, his son, Joseph Jr., the current World Series of Poker Europe champion, main event champion. He turned a couple of €100 into 1.2 million. Incredible story.
Indeed. And just look again at Twitch chat. Our original Muffin says, are they trying to break the world record for the world's longest orbit? We haven't seen too many hands yet.
I was just thinking, do you know what? I was just going to say that. We've only played like 4 hands and we're literally 25 minutes streaming. I was just actually going to comment on that. It's incredible, the pace. But I mean, there has been action every hand, let's be honest.
Action, and it looks like we're going to have action here again. We three hands out there, all in late position. Oh, well, sorry, no, Yaroslav is under the gun +2, but he's opened 8s, and we have 9s and ace queen behind.
Ace queen 3 bets. Joseph calls with the 9s, but now Yaroslav Petter, well, the 8s just look so weak, don't they?
They do. He's also pretty shallow. He has just over 20 big blinds, so, but he is going to call and try and hit a set.
So we've seen a flop every hand. In fact, we've seen turns and rivers also. This is now 7 hand at this feature table, and that's middle set for Joseph, who's running pretty well.
Yeah.
Pocket 8s might feel this is an okay board, but checks to the 3-better. Look at this open ender now for Yaroslav Petter.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot for him now because he thinks his hand is going to be good a lot of the time, and even if it isn't, he's got an open ender.
So he's going big. Joseph, 320.
Yeah, the board is very drawing now. Any 8 is open-ended. Queen Jack is open-ended. There are spade draws possible. This is an awful spot for Yaroslav now. His hand will sometimes be good if Joseph is doing this with a draw, and even if not, he's got the open ender as backup.
This is a decision for his tournament, really.
Yeah.
330. Sitting on 490. So basically this is costing him 2/3 of his stack. Surely he just puts it all in, Dara, if he's going to go with it.
I think he has to now. I think he just has too much equity. Even when he's up against a set, as we can see that he is, we can see that he has 24% chance of getting there. And then there's going to be times when he will actually be ahead, when Joseph is doing this maybe with a hand like 8-7 or two spades or Queen Jack. But it is tough to put all your chips in this deep in the tournament when you probably
The thing
don't
I've noticed about totally, Dara, yeah. The other thing which might be a big factor is who he's up against, Joseph Gulas, who's super solid. He really is just super solid. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched him on a couple of streams, and it was unbelievable discipline he has. Like, he navigates his way through these big fields so well. I like tight is right is kind of his style, you know.
Right, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm guessing, you know, Yaroslav, I mean, they know each other quite well from the resort. Both of them being around the block, similar in age, similar vintage. Both of them hugely successful. And I'm thinking there's a lot of hands there he eradicates from Joseph's holdings that he could be ahead of. So he just figures he'll pick a better spot.
Indeed, yeah. And Bobic is asking it in the chat if we have any info on how many players are left.
I don't have that information, Dara, unless
No,
you do.
neither do I, no.
We started with 59. I do know we lost one player. There's definitely one player busted. That's
Cecil.
I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
Cecil is not in the tournament anymore. Now, Marius Kikovenu with the 9-8 suited in the small blind. 470 stack.
Yeah, 19 big blinds. This is a spot where he's looking for hands to reshove. He might think this is a reasonable one, given that Fazul has been very active so far and he's opening from the cutoff. And yeah, he has moved all in.
Fezula, it's just too much for Fezula to call here.
Yeah, he's getting. He needs to call 420 to win 590, so he's not even getting 6-4, and he's going to be dominated a lot. Now, he's not to know that it's actually the reverse is true. He's dominating his opponent, but yeah, with Ace 9, you're just too worried about Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King, all those hands.
The benefit of the all-in shove demonstrated there by the 3-bet rip from Marius getting the stronger hand to fold. And when you're sitting on that stack size, Dara, it's like, I mean, you know, sub 20 bigs, you just have to be so alert. And, you know, an opportunity comes, you just have to take it. Whereas you're sitting on, like, you know, 50, 60 bigs, you can be more selective, more choosy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very draining playing that kind of stack because you know that every hand could be your last and you're just constantly looking for these spots. And you will get a lot of close decisions too where you're supposed to be reshoving and you've decided maybe Ace Jack is the worst hand you're going to reshove, and then you look down at Ace 10 and you start to think maybe Ace 10 is strong enough as well. They can be quite shattering sessions when you've just got 20 big blinds the whole way. Not that you've had too many of those sessions, Benton.
Not have. This is our Dutch friend Albers, who tanks and thinks about it with his king rag, but then folds in the small blind position. And now Roman Chocola with the a6.
Yeah, if Marius had less, I think he would shove here, but Marius has just over 20 big blinds, 21.4 big blinds. It's a bit too much probably to shove what in many ways is the worst ace. So he's 3-bet. This is interesting. This is not a hand you would induce, so if he's 3-betting, it's presumably a 3-bet fold.
Oh, no doubt. Should Marius come over the top, he'd snap fold the a6, but Marius can't do anything with jack high. And pretty much the optimum move there, Dara.
Yeah, very nice
He's
move.
getting...
Ace-6 plays pretty badly out of position, but he's using his ace blocker to say, well, I don't think you have a hand. But if he gets shoved on, he can sort of accept, okay, well, you must have a hand now because you put all your chips in.
Marius snap folds the jack 10.
Yeah, Bobish is asking if you remember about the blonde photographer. I saw her 2 seconds ago. Not sure what that's in relation to.
We'll swiftly move on.
Okay, fair enough.
Joseph Aguilas is the chip leader, 2.4 million. Average, I believe, around 35 bigs, which would be around the 800k mark.
And another action flop.
Yaroslav, again, up against Joseph Gulas. Yaroslav Petter with the open-ender. Jack is good also. And he decides to let rip.
Yeah.
Gulas.
This is understandable.
I'd imagine it's going to snap him off here.
Yeah. You can't really bet fold top pair this shallow on such a drawy board. The shove is completely understandable and normal here. He's got jack high, but he has a lot of equity if he's called, and he's going to get a lot of folds. Not, it has to be said, from the king 10, but you know, if Joseph is just stabbing with ace high or something there, he's going to get a fold.
So close 60-40 shot here. Yaroslav looking to hit. Queen for a straight. Jack is good. And 7 would make a straight also. 8, of course, no good, given that Joseph Gulas has made a pair of 10s. Joseph does have a club now. This is significant. Killed some of Peter's outs. Big favourite now, Joseph Gulas on a heater.
Yeah.
Pair of 10s hold. Yaroslav eliminated one of the more experienced players in the field. The local player, King's Reg. Absolute gentleman, Yaroslav. Won the 5 card. Oh, this is Matteo, our friend. Well, sorry, it's a different Matteo.
Yeah, different Matteo C.
Matteo.
Looks like he's all in here.
There's 1 million in the pot.
Yeah, the all-in is yeah. Thomas is getting a great price to call here. 4-1. Good fold by Thomas there, getting 4-1 with top pair blocking the straight.
Another open from Fazula. Certainly very active Fazula. Started with 2 million this feature table. Now sitting on 1.5 million behind. Opens with ace-10 suited. Karl Novotny makes a standard defend with the 9-10, but I think this is check bet fold.
Yeah.
Karl Novotny lets that one go.
Yeah.
Fazula 1.8 million now in a stack. Started as the joint chip leader along with the Dutchman Albers. And the most progressive stack is that of Joseph Gulas. You see it on the bottom right of your screen there. All these blue chips are the high value chips. They're 25k. We're just six-handed because we did lose Cecil earlier, and then just a couple of hands ago, Yaroslav Petter, the local reg, was eliminated at the hands of Joseph Gulas, who's sitting, I believe, on about 3 million. 2.9, in fact. That's Marius Foles now. The Dutchman, he's just raring to go, isn't he, Dara? He wants to get involved.
Yeah, he's got the suited almost connected 4 high. Gets the ace-4 to fold.
Novotny is just going to let go of this 7-3 of diamonds and now action.
Yeah.
With Fazula.
So Fazula has a very nice hand to defend. No fear from the Dutchman here. He's just firing out because he's the pre-flop progressor.
And he just likes to play hands.
Yeah. Fazula has a bad gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. It's a pair, which will keep him interested, I think.
Pair, good shot, versus 4 high. 4 high is just going to be blasting. I mean, no matter what comes on the river, Albers is going to be putting all his chips in. Dara, put any money with you.
Yeah, I won't take that bet, Vincent. This man likes to bet.
And there's a little bit of history here between himself and Fazula. Fazula scooped a massive pot against Albers. Albers here with 4 high. No pair, no draw. No possibility of winning this hand should Fazula continue. Fazula does have a pair, does have a draw. So he's going to check call the 280k. You would expect. But it's not that straightforward.
He doesn't love this because his pair is pretty bad. He's losing to anything that Albers is legitimately betting for value still, and his draw isn't amazing either. it's a gut shot to the wrong end of the straight, but he is going to hang on. This is a spot where if the river breaks out and Albers finds the shove, it'll probably work.
It's interesting. The clubs come via the back door, so surely that will be of concern to Albers, who's going to be faced with a decision. He doesn't even think about it, Dara. But this is not it's not making a whole lot of sense, is it? Although full boat gets there.
Yeah.
And I guess ace queen, king queen go for value here.
Yeah, there's some draws that are missed as well, like king 10, for example. You can target those to fold. You can also target the kind of hand that Faziola actually has. He's gone for about half pot.
I mean, this is just really tough for Faziola to make the call, but I just finished with the hand if I'm Faziola, but you got to give him credit.
Yeah.
Obviously has intel on Albers. Ace king, ace 10 probably takes this line as well.
Yeah. Ace king, ace 10, king 10. And as we know from how Albers is actually playing, also just random stuff like 4 high.
Albers, I mean, he's just going through the cement mixer now. This is really brutal for him. He's looking for a fast fold. He's not getting it. This guy, Faziola, really does have good recognition of what's going on, regardless if he makes the call or not.
Absolutely, yeah. And his kicker at the 9 is not completely insignificant either, because it does block the straight. It blocks 10-9. 9-8 is actually a better call in this spot than, say, ace-8.
Wow, that is incredible.
Yeah,
and one of the worst things about this hand is Albers has to show his 4 high.
That's a
chip. Now look at that. A sigh of relief for Faziola. That's pretty remarkable call. The best call I've seen, I think, in the last few days, Dara.
Yeah. I think he recognized who he was up against. As I was saying, like his 9 blocking the straight 10-9 and not blocking the bluffs. If he had ace-8 there, he'd be blocking hands like ace-10, ace-jack. But with the 9-8, that's quite useful. But I also think just kind of the speed at which Albers bet on the river just made it look more bluffy, because it was a board-changing card. The flush got in there, some houses got there, and usually when people bet very quick in those circumstances, they're more weighted towards bluffs. If they actually had a value hand, they at least have to stop and think about how the fact that the board has changed, what that means for their size. But he just kind of fired out the quick half pot bet.
Well, I mean, the wheels have come off for Albers, who started this feature table 2.1 million. And obviously he just had a strategy, Dara. He just said he'd come out firing today.
Yeah.
It's possible the private jet has to take off this evening and the pilot won't stay the extra day. That could be a factor.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the strategy was never fold and keep betting if they check to you.
Yaroslav Kellner just joined the table. I believe that was the seat that Cecil had. Yaroslav in the big blind. Shoves with the suited ace, takes the pot down. Joseph Gulas in seat 8 there on your right. You can see him there. Baseball cap to the right of the dealer. On the left of the dealer is Marius Gigovanu. The Romanian is short also. C2, the Dutch player, I mean, 2.1 million. He's down to, I'm guessing, about 450. Three quarters of a stack. All donated to the same player. You see on the right hand side of your screen opposite the dealer in the white face mask. That's Fazula, who's been just really impressive. He's displayed top-notch skills here. He knows exactly what's going on. Karol Novotny here in the cutoff with 10-3. This will go into the dustbin. You get the feeling, Dara, from the stream that we watched yesterday. You can see the level. It's leveled up. I mean, we spoke earlier about how much time each hand was taking, but you can just feel the atmosphere is a little bit more different. I guess that's down to, well, it's down to money, right?
Absolutely down to money now. These guys, they're close enough now to the final table they can actually think about it. Whereas, like yesterday, was mostly about surviving, getting to the money, and then there was a sort of a sense of relief after they all got into the money. But now I'm pretty sure that almost everybody in the field is just thinking about getting to the final table, and they know that that's going to happen today. They're going to play down to a final table, so that's really concentrating the minds, and the chance to play for really big money now, not just the min cash that they locked up yesterday.
Now, Albers, well, he's 665. It's still like a 1.5 million like downswing with average, which is like two stacks basically, two average stacks. And he's under the gun here. This is not recommended, Dara.
No.
Under the gun.
No. This is definitely an enterprising play. This is the kind of hand you need a lot more chips, really. I suspect the rest of the table kind of know now as well that Albers is an action player. That's why we see the 3-bet.
You would think that, given the call from Fazula, and now the 3-bet under the gun +1 with the ace-10, definitely these guys are on to Albers, who's just looking to generate action, really. The Dutchman ain't folding. He don't fold.
No, he no fold.
3-bets.
Yeah, I think the strategy is no fold.
And it's getting worse, really. I mean, this 10-high flop is the end of story.
Yeah, I think this
does have backdoor diamonds, of course, and he does have a 2-pair draw, but there's only one jack in the deck with the Jack of Hearts and Jack of Clubs folded pre. So it's sayonara, isn't it, Dara?
Yeah, I can't see him the way he plays, even thinking about getting away from this. Not that he's supposed to when he's this shallow and he's hit top pair. But yeah, the roots of this hand are pre-flop. He's got himself into this spot because he made a light open and then he made a light call to the 3-bet.
And of course he has to go with it. If you're calling versus a 3-bet with the Jack 10 with that stack, you hit top pair, you're absolutely going with it.
Yeah, that's
7 on the turn.
That's going to look like a safe turn card to him. So he's just thinking, I guess, about how he gets all the money in now by the river. Interesting line. He check called the flop and now he's leading the turn. Roman just sticks it in case he's turned spades or something like that.
Albers just 3% equity. It doesn't get much worse than this situation.
Yeah.
And I cannot see Albers getting away. He's just 150k behind, which is 6 bigs. Sorry, he's more. He's 330 behind.
Yeah.
But that's not enough for Albers. He's a all or nothing player. Go hard or go home.
He's put in half of his stack and he still has top pair, so it's difficult to imagine him folding here. But give him credit, I guess. He is thinking about the spot. Like, he's really just not beating anything now. Unless maybe 8s or 9s decides to use its gut shot as well to shove. But he's put so much in, it would be strange if he folded top pair now.
That is Roman Chocola from the Czech Republic. Top. Going with it. You do get the feel he's playing the player here, Roman.
Absolutely. Roman has played very snug so far. So to see him 3-betting and under the gun open with ace-10 pretty much tells us it's just the player he's targeting.
Wow, that's a decent fold. That is
found the fold.
Great fold from Albers.
Give him some credit. He did. He obviously thought it showed him, just realized he was beating absolutely nothing except a bluff, and he didn't think his opponent was bluffing. He's left himself with 13 big blinds, so he's not dead yet.
Again, it's, you know, the psychological aspect that we spoke so much about yesterday with these, you know, different stack sizes. Not so much the stack you're sitting on, but it's how you arrived at that stack, which is so influential to your thinking and your performance. And I guess that's one of the problems Albers has to face now, going from like 2.1 million to like, you know, 330k.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, when you look at the chip counts that they just showed there, and you look at the top and the bottom, it's been a real contrast. Joseph Goulash is going to be feeling brilliant because he's made a great start, and now he's actually chip leader on the table, and it's gone the other way for Albers. He's actually the short stack now, and it's happened very, very fast. I mean, we've only had 13 hands, and we've seen his stack chopped down. So credit to him for finding the fold in the last hand. A lot of players would just stick it in there because of the way the day was going for them. One interesting chat in the one interesting question in the chat is: was it a good fold or was he just scared? You do sometimes see very, very aggressive players who are firing on all cylinders when they have lots of chips. When they get down to their last few chips, they're much less willing to put them into the pot because they just don't want to be out of the tournament. So it's possible that's a factor. Obviously, we don't know Albers well enough to speculate.
7-handed on our feature table. We did lose Yaroslav Petter. That's the empty seat there in between Roman and Karol Novotny. Novotny now looking down at the ace-4 under the gun. He snap folds. Fezula not interested. And it's folded right around to the cutoff. You'd expect Joseph Goulash with a suited ace in the cutoff to be opening.
Yeah, very canny player. I think he asked for a count on the small blind short stack to know exactly what he had, which obviously is a factor in his decision because Albers will be looking for reshove spots now.
Viewers just tuning in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. This is day 3, and we will be staying online, streaming all of the hands here until we're down to the final table of 9 players. And then we come back tomorrow. Broadcast starts, I believe, at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Well, in fact, it's 2 o'clock. $1.2 million almost in the prize pool, over 200k for the eventual winner of this gold ring event. Novotny with a suited ace here in the big blind.
He's been very card dead till now, so he'll be happy to look down at something he can play.
Good shot for Fizula. Joseph has a pair. I mean, that was probably a spot for Carroll to 3-bet, given that it was Fizula who once again opened under the gun, and then the flat for the chip leader and the hijack. I think Carroll's 3-bet would have got respect there.
Yeah, for sure. You could definitely consider it, and it's exactly the right type of hand to do it with if you're going to have some light hands, blocking the strongest hands in your opponent's range and giving yourself some equity, additional ways to win the hand if you're called. But it looked like he didn't consider that. He just decided to call. Now, had he hung around, that would have been a good turn card for him, picking up the gut shot and the flush draw. Interesting betting motion there from Fizula. We've seen him sort of slide the chips in before. This time he picked them up and just dropped them. I wonder if he consistently does that when he's bluffing.
Very sizable pot here between the two big stacks at the table.
Yeah, you would think he has to bluff the river now if he misses, but he doesn't miss. Now he's trying to decide whether he should bet for value or he should check and try to induce a bluff. It goes check, check. The fact he took so long there on his decision on the river, that kind of illustrates the point I was making in the earlier hand when Albers was bluffing on the river when the flush got there and the board paired. The really quick bet is always suspicious on board changing rivers, because when you actually have a hand, you kind of have to stop and think about it. So therefore, you can usually weight people towards bluffs when they bet really quickly on board changing rivers.
Good pro tip from our technical expert, Dara O'Carney. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event. We're watching Fizula take the chip lead, and I mean, he lost that big Ace-King versus Ace-Queen hand, you know, first hand of the day. But, I mean, since then, he's really fought back, and he's sitting now close to 3 million. This is Marius, the Romanian, in the hijack. 65k, big blind is 25,000. Oh, this is weak. Put off King 9.
This is definitely unorthodox.
65 from, he's less than 300k and he put 65 in with the King 9.
This is, I mean, if he wants to play the hand, if he thinks Marius is opening light, he can shove it in, and that will. The technical term for he'll always realize his equity. He'll get to see all 5 cards, and therefore, if he wins the hand, he maximizes his chance of winning the hand. Let's say, but calling here, and he's going to miss the flop most of the time. Even if he hits the flop with a king or a 9, he might not feel great about it a lot of the time. This is just a recipe for disaster here. Roman can definitely flat here now, and just set mine. But it is 2 short stacks. Marius also has less than 20 big blinds, so yeah, he's not really getting the odds to set mine. I think he was thinking maybe I could squeeze here, but decided 5s wasn't good enough.
Kikovenue with the jacks and Albers with the king 9 suited. 9 high board. Well, that's incredible.
Okay.
I mean, it really is incredible. I mean, he's Marius drawing dead to 2 outs, and Marius, I mean, he's super pleased with this board. He'll want to get all the money in.
This is as good as it gets, yeah. I guess we have to take back everything we said about pre-flop.
And of course, both of them are kind of slow playing each other here. Marius with the small bet trying to induce a shove. And Albers, well, the ace might save Marius a few pound, but I don't think it's feasible that he folds, given that total bet will be 175.
Yeah, he might not be too scared of the ace, because I mean most of the ace X should just have shoved pre-flop, but we can see that Gertjan doesn't play out of the standard playbook, so
Ace 9 suited, flops, trips, Marius. Oh, gee,
wow, we found the
that is absolutely incredible. Leaves himself with like 16, 17 bigs.
Yeah.
Well, blinds are up now. So he's about 14 bigs with the big blind at 30,000. Gertjan Albers, the Flying Dutchman. But no parachute, Dara.
Indeed, yeah, it looks like the yeah, I mean that's an interesting spot where if he played the hand the way he's supposed to have played it, which is to shove pre-flop, he actually gets the full double up. So even though he's feeling happy now, he flopped miraculous and still didn't get the full double up.
Yeah, I mean the money could have went in on the flop, but I mean I get Albers, he flopped so strong that he wants to, keep the Romanian in there.
Yeah. Yeah, his style seems to be to bet when he has nothing and to check and call when he has something.
So King 10 here for Kellner in the big blind position. It's going to cost him 45,000. Under the gun open from Joseph Goulas sitting on 2.5 million. He's second in chips, Joseph Goulas, on this table. Average stack is about 900k.
Is 6-3 suited in this hand?
Well, it's our friend Albers, and he's flopped world here.
This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. He's got 12.5 big blinds, and he's flatted and under the gun open with 6-3, and he's flopped 2 pair.
And Kellner, I get Kellner leading out here. He's thinking, right, this board suits him. It should
this
suit
board is
him,
not.
and he does.
He's certainly not expecting to see two pair in anybody's hand here, except maybe the big blind, who obviously could have two pair. Well, he is the big blind, but yeah, this is just gone all in now. He's protecting his bottom two. Bottom two is a very vulnerable hand. Obviously, you can get counterfeited. There are clubs there. There's a straight draw there.
He shows. Albert shows again.
Yeah, yeah, he likes showing cards.
So the guys. I mean, this is kind of going to change the dynamics when you have kind of a very loose, splashy player, which is at this stage of the tournament. You know, this kind of style you don't see too often.
Absolutely not. No, it's more of a loose cash game style, and he is back up to 24 big blinds now. So he's had a real roller coaster so far, but now he has enough chips that he can start to make some more speculative calls, more speculative even than 6-3 suited.
A6. Gertjan Albers did start with 2.1 million on this day 3. Lost a couple of huge pots to Fezula. Fezula making that incredible call with the 8-9 in his hand.
Yeah, he's got pocket eights here. We have the action player who appears to have limped under the gun +1 with ace-6. Again, very non-standard play. Fezula is going to punish the limp.
So the 100k chips are in play now. These are the grey chips. And a grey and an orange, 105,000. Gulas can't be calling here with the king jack off. It's just not a good situation versus the only player at the table that has him covered. Well, I mean, I said he's not going to call, but yeah, so he's, I mean, Albers is playing any two cards. So Gulas is just thinking that Fezula is raising in position here, exploiting the limp.
Yeah, he's treating it almost like a button. He's treating it almost like a button raise. He's ignoring the Albert. Albert's limp is going to be just all sorts of nonsense hands, like the a6 off he had. So essentially, this is just button has opened, and you've got king jack in the big blind.
And these guys are at it once again. Massive pot. There's already 1.1 million in the pot. Huge. Average stack is like 900k. Good shot for Gulas. Fezula. Pocket eights. Joseph might check his good shot here, Dara.
Yeah.
First to speak.
Yeah, he has quite a lot of equity. You can go two ways in this. You can obviously bet your equity and hope to get a fold, or you can just check and see what happens. This type of board tends to favor the caller more than the raiser in position because...
Wow. He's moved all in.
Wow.
So he's just telling his opponent, look, I've got it. I have the aces. That's really what he's saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I guess it's clever enough because he's disregarding aces, kings, queens from Fezula's range, right? Given that Fezula just called pre.
Yeah, even stuff like ace queen, I guess. But yeah, this is going to work, obviously. Plus, he had equity if he was called. That's kind of crucial. Like, even if he runs into a queen there, he has a king or a 10. Yeah, that's pressure poker. Or power poker.
Joseph Gulas. Stacking his chips. And we just mentioned, like, with the player like Gertjan Albers, given the way he's playing this, how it's going to change the dynamics. And you can just see there, because of the limp there from Albers, how big the pot was inflated, and you get the two chip leaders at the table basically playing for their stacks, like, you know.
Yeah, the shove was big, but it was, I think it was for less than two times the pot. That's because the pot was so inflated pre-flop. So he added the fold equity of the big shove to the actual equity he would have if he called. And when you add those two up, it's a profitable shove.
Well, this is a 6x. Is that right, Dara? Blinds are 15,000, 30,000.
Yeah.
And Albers has made it 170. Now, does Albers have the aces? I seriously doubt it, given the size of his open.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in big trouble.
Yeah, he's running into kings here.
And it's a huge percentage, the 170 of his stack.
Huge raise. This is often marginal pair hands that he feels are trouble hands.
Gulas looking to take Albers by the hand down the pathway to destruction. That's what's going to happen, Dara. Yeah, Albers is going to go bust.
Yeah. Unless it's ace rag and the ace comes. But no, that looks pretty safe. Although the way Albers has been running, I wouldn't be too surprised to see ace 7 here. Checked. That's interesting.
500 behind, yeah? Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, now Joseph is trying to decide how to get the money in. Pot's 400. Albers is about 500 behind. These spots you generally want to just go geometric, which means bet the same proportion of the pot on the flop and river, on the turn and river, to get him all in by the river. He's gone for 150. Yeah, this leaves 380 behind now, and the pot's 700, so he can shove for just over half pot on the river.
Ooh, queen will be concerning to Gulas, but probably more likely that Gertjan Albers has 6s, 8s, 9s type hand.
Joseph's bet 150, which is basically just trying to squeak a call out of that type of hand, 6s, 8s, 9s that you mentioned. His raise.
Yeah, I mean, he has it. Just a flat here from Joseph incoming.
Yeah,
I think Gertjan has it.
You can't.
Well, he could have 10s or jacks.
What's the hand?
He is a 7, 10-7, I think, is it? I think I've seen a 7.
I guess, since Joseph is handing over the chips. 7s.
Quads.
You flop quads. Wow. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Yeah, so like I suggested pre-flop, it's often a marginal pair where you don't really want action, so you just stick in a big old raise. But then you get called by kings, which is trapping, and you flop quads. Interesting too, that like we've seen the same thing over and over again. He checks when he has it and he bets when he doesn't.
Dimitro by Strovzorov, who is a huge figure here in the resort over the last few weeks. That's the Russian there on the left. And this is disappointing. Dimitro, he actually won one of the big events. He is a gold ring winner. Dimitro busting out with, I believe, about 45 players left in the mix. So the Dutchman with the quads, he still didn't get the full double though.
Yeah, that's the problem with his style. He plays very, very aggressive when he doesn't have it, but then he gets very, very trappy when he does, and often misses value. Like, so many points he could have got all the money in there, and still left a little bit behind.
I'm just being told that I got a message. Dimitro, who we were following, he won earlier in the series. He really was special. Like, he's I don't know his online name, but he's a big online player. And I just mentioned there he's from Russia. He's actually Ukrainian. So apologies to every single Russian in the world for calling him Ukrainian. I'm only joking, obviously. But not one to get mixed up these days.
Definitely not. No. It's one of the more controversial mix-ups you can do.
He was pure class, Dimitro, and won a massive payday a couple of weeks ago. A lot of Ukrainians bursting onto the scene, Dara.
Yeah.
And I'm told in the online world as well.
Yeah, for sure. You see more and more of them. Probably the last few years in general. The nationalities you see much more of are Eastern Europeans in general, and also Brazilians. Obviously, poker's kind of taken off in Brazil.
So 9-8 for Joseph Gulas. Lost about 400k to the Dutchman. His Cowboys getting cracked by quad sevens. This is Marius, who's getting close to the danger zone, just 12 bigs. Albers decides to fold one for a change. This is Roman in the small blind with the 7-6.
This is a very loose open. I think this open is because Carl's in the big blind, and Carl has been by far the tightest player so far on the table. But I don't think he'll be folding King 10 suited.
Jo, ale ono to chce jenom přihlásit ten iDirect, protože potvrdíš ty jejich ty... To mělo naběhnout, teď když spustíš to... No, to sice seš, ale nejseš připojený.
Joseph is just going to bet his 9 to get the type of hand that Carl has to fold and win the pot here and now.
Now, Albers with 1.3 million. Interesting. Folded around to him in the cutoff with a suited hand, and he decides to fold. It looks like he's just going to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to chill for a while. He's regained his stack.
Novotny surrenders with the 5 deuce and a walk. For the big blind, Fazula. That's the chip count, 2.5 million for Gulas. Fazula with the same stack size. And then down at the bottom is Marius Gigovenu, who is very short. I think he's going to have to move here, Dara. Given that the button coming around, he's going to be posting big blind ante pretty soon. So I'd expect him to make a move in the next few hands.
Yeah, that does. The big blind ante changes things. You want to make your move before it hits you. And you have another fan in the chat, Finton. Arcane231 says hello, Finton.
Yeah, apologies, I'm not interacting with the Twitch. I don't have it open, but it's a real buzz for us, isn't it, Dara, to bring this content. This is a massive event, million guaranteed.
Yeah.
And like the structures, we're going to get to see some real quality play. We're going to see a lot of mixed play as well. We still have a couple of satellite winners, a couple of recreational players, a couple of very wealthy businessmen with private jets waiting in the airport to take them to the next destination. So it's going to be entertaining, that's for sure. A couple of grinders. This guy on the right hand side of your screen is Joseph Gulas, who's the father of the World Series of Poker Europe winner, Joseph Gulas Jr. He turned €250 into 1.2 million just a couple of months back. Center your screen is Kellner, Yaroslav Kellner with the 6-4. He's in the big blind. And yeah, I suppose he's getting a huge price, Dara.
Yeah, he is, yeah. And it's a hand which shouldn't really get him into too much trouble. He's not going to go wild if he hits a pair, but he can hit some very big hand. He can make a straight. Okay, and now he has hit a pair. Very impressed by Fazula so far.
Absolutely, he's the standout player. You could see the recognition he has. He just has great understanding of what's going on. And our friend Albers with the 7 deuce. And it looks like he's going to come out firing.
He's going to come out firing. This is amazing. 4-way, no pair, no draw. But it's consistent with what we've seen him do before. He bets when he has nothing, and he checks when he has something.
And in his defense, it was checked to him. Fazula with top pair checked, and then Kellner with second pair checked, and the under the gun razor Joseph Gulas checked also. So Albers, wow.
Look at this, all in.
Well, again, Dara, it's like because Albers is in the pot.
Yeah, it's completely because Albers is in the pot. He's like, you have absolutely nothing. You check when you have something, you bet when you have nothing. So I know you have nothing. Fazula hasn't raised you, so I don't think he has a super strong hand here either.
And he called again. Fazula makes a really strong call. Kellner, of course, was just looking for a fast fold. He got it off the Dutchman. But this guy, Fazula, is a different breed altogether.
Yeah, he recognizes there's a lot of draws that Ladislav could be doing this with. 9-7, 4-5, lots of gut shots, hearts, obviously. He has top pair, so it's going to be usually good here. And
Now, interesting card on the turn here.
Very interesting.
Open ender for Kellner to go along with his 2-pair draw, trip draw. Misses. Kellner took the spot. He was getting big price there. I mean, his busting out is really down. Well, obviously, that's very strong call from Fazula, but the fact Albers was in the pot, it increased the pot odds he was getting to defend with the 6-4 off. Then he flops a pair, checked around to Albers. He just didn't believe him. But Fazula was also in the pot. He flatted when the Dutchman fired on the flop when checked to him. And then he just went for it, Kellner.
Yeah, he just thought, okay, well, I have a pair here. I'm pretty sure the Dutchman has nothing. The other guy can have a draw as well. And even if I get called, I'm going to have some equity. But yeah, the Dutchman is he's really spicing up this table and making it very entertaining.
The hands are, I mean, they're not standard the way they're being played. It's a lot of them are just off script. And we're going to see another all-in and another call. It's
yeah. You mentioned that Marius
Romanian
was looking to make a move, given he's getting short. He's found sixes, which is good enough to go with. Joseph has a tricky enough spot here. King Queen suited is the type of hand that plays pretty well three-way. He's not to know that he's dominated. We saw him play the King Jack aggressively earlier, so he might be thinking about trying to push Fazula out of this pot. But no, he very prudently lets it go.
No stream is here.
pair sixes versus the 2 overs. Marius Gikovanu. All in 360k. Dealer. Burns. Turns over a flop. Sixes are good, but a lot of dodging to do. Still the turn and river to go. Couple of queens are dead. And now the king is good also for Fazula. Did see the king of clubs folded. But any ace, king or queen, there it is. On the river, the Barry Greenstein. Had to take that spot.
Yeah. 12 big blinds under the gun. Decent middle pair. So Fazula continues to prosper. A very impressive performance for this man. He took a bad beat on the very first hand of the session. He didn't let it affect him in the slightest.
That's the ace-king hand you're referring to, Dara. Ace-king versus the ace-queen.
Indeed.
And I'm just struggling to remember who the ace-queen was. It Roman?
It was Roman, yeah. You're right.
I think Joseph would have made the straight there in the last hand, if I'm right. He would have.
He would have, yeah, you're right. It could have been a really
10
big
jack
hand.
ace, yeah.
Yeah.
He would have flopped the open ender. No, he would have turned the open ender.
I think we'll see Fazula open the queen jack off. They say he's the cutoff, but really he's the button because of the bust. Oh, look at this. This could be interesting.
Well, a dream scenario for Albers. How does he play it? And Dara, just like
He
you
always
remarked earlier,
Yeah, he traps his big hands.
well,
And
this has worked out perfect.
Yeah, this is trouble now for Fazula. He's flop top pair against the table maniac.
And it's gone check on the flop. So Fazula is slow playing his top pair against this super loose Dutch player. And here is the raise. No, just the smooth call from
I don't know whether he's slow playing
Fazula.
or he's recognized the fact that the Dutchman always bets when he doesn't have it, and checks when he does. So I think he was more spooked by the check maybe than he would be against a normal player. I think he's probably just going to call here as well. Yeah, and again, he wins the hand, but he probably lost some value there.
Gertjan Albers back up to 1.6 million. He was down to 330,000 when he folded top pair. In fairness to him, Dara, that was pretty quality fold given the situation he was in. He got himself in a real bad situation with the Jack 10 under the gun raise from a shallow stack, and then he got 3-bet, and then he compounded his mistake by calling the 3-bet. Flops top pair, but of course his opponent Roman had top, and then he got away from it, which was remarkable.
Yeah, and it shows the value of preserving your last few chips. You know, sometimes people just flick their last chips in because they're frustrated or tired or whatever. But so long as you're in the tournament, you can always come back, and the way that he has, and now he's back to pretty much where he started.
Average stack 1 million.
And
2 minutes. It's not 2 minutes.
If you think 60 seconds is 2 minutes.
new player at the table moves all in first hand because he only has 7 big blinds. He's under the gun. He would have to post the big blind ante next hand. It looks like they're moving more players to the table as well. Could be a short and sweet stay for or short and not sweet for our new arrival. Gertjan has a decision here. 7 big blinds, pocket threes.
You give me 5 if you fold.
Does make the call. No great surprise there. And Roman has absolutely nothing in the big blind, so he will fold, and the new player will find out he's drawing to his ace.
Trojky a SO2. SO2, trojky.
Herzlich.
No help there.
Well,
In fact, he's lost.
Yeah,
He's lost the upper clubs.
Trojky má ještě flash draw.
he's lost one of his outs. So just 2 clean outs.
2 out.
Running 3, 4 for a straight. 6 no good. Ace and ace only.
2 outs is enough.
It's going to be short and sweet.
GG.
3s hold. And the Dutch player, Gertjan, is back up close to 2 million.
Tak Můžete dát dalšího.
Yeah,
Now,
that
with the table filling there, Dara, I think that gave us 4 tables of 8, which would be 32. So
Right.
I think our bust out there went out in 32nd.
Jo, před, jo, já už to jasně, jo, sorry.
So 32 players left. Average stack with a 50,000 starting stack of 800 odd players. About 40 million in play. So 40 million divided by 32, about 1.2 million.
sounds about right.
Of course, I'm just firing out random numbers here, but I think we're close enough.
Yeah.
And with the big blind at 30,000, that's about 40 bigs average stack, which is still really good, really deep. When I say good, I mean it's plenty deep for these guys. And it's King 10 back in the same position from last night. He's lost the coat and now he's wearing a hoodie. The Greek player. Folds, this is Roman with the 5-4 suited. Novotny really hasn't got going today.
He's got absolutely nothing really to play with. He's got a few hands he was able to defend in the blinds, but then he missed. So he's just been completely card dead.
Now, I think this is our friend, our Italian friend, is it not? Matteo, no?
That looks like Matteo to me, yeah.
And in the left-hand seat is King 10, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think
So,
that's
Matteo.
Cyril on screen. Yeah.
He's under the gun here with the Ace Queen, 2.3 million. He was the standout performer yesterday.
Gertjan has 2 suited cards, so he's playing. Or sorry, 2 face cards.
Teď mi nejde vůbec nic, ale to nevadí chvíli. Takže to by to zakázali, jo? To je super, vole. To je super, vole. Ale na tamhle druhé straně, vole, to tam frajer puštěný má? Vole.
Zula can certainly defend the 9-7.
Takže, vole, tady viděl, vole, jak jsme to tady štelovali do píči, ty vole. Kurva, vole.
Matteo probably bets now to start getting value for his ace. Imagine Gertjan will just call.
Now, see this watch, Dara.
That's a fine watch.
If that is a 5-figure watch, I'm willing to
Yeah.
bet.
That's definitely the watch of a man who likes to bluff.
Or can afford to bluff.
I can afford it too, yeah. Yeah.
So blinds posted. Going to be interesting to see Matteo, who's posting big blind now, and Fazula, who's in the small blind. It's going to be a really interesting battle between these guys.
Yeah, two quality
high level.
players. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've both been standouts on the tables that they've been on, and now they're seated right beside each other. So it will be interesting to see any battles that might develop between them, particularly blind on blind.
That's Roman who's folded. This is Karl Novotny on the button, folding the Queen 3, and nothing really happening for Karl, but there's a lot happening for this guy, Fezula, in the small blind here with Ace Jack. How do you proceed, Dara?
This deep, I didn't catch the big blind stack, but this deep you mostly just want to be limping.
He's 2.5 million, Matteo.
Yeah, but he has decided to raise 2.5 million. Okay, so that's 80 big blinds. Yeah, you'll mostly be limping, but you will be raising some super strong hands like Ace Jack as well. The problem you're going to have is the big blind's not going to fold too much, and you're playing out of position in a bloated pot.
Well, it looks like Matteo, well, he's just flat called. He's hit a good shot, backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, this could be action here because Fezula checks his ace. Yeah, I like the check from Matteo. He's basically got a lot of good turn cards, but the check is suspicious after the raise. I think Fezula will start betting now to try and get value for his ace. Matteo just has a gut shot, which isn't really enough. If he turned more equity with a diamond, he could have continued, but he just lets it go.
So we have on the button Fezula, Matteo posting small blind, and then Joseph Gulas in the big blind position. I mean, it's a really dangerous corner of the table.
Yeah, real murderer's row. I think we'll see a lot of action when it gets folded around to that part of the table, and they're all in late position of the blinds. Could see some very interesting hands. Roman should probably well, he should open this.
$65,000 open with the big blind at 30k. Coming towards the end of this 15-30k blind level. Just about 5 minutes or so left in the level. I'm told we're going to be getting a new lineup after the break. But it's been really good TV viewing here, this table. We're watching Roman here opening the hijack with the suited ace and the big blind. It's Joseph Gulas, who's sitting on about double the average Joseph. He has missed, he checks, and now action with Roman. And King Jack on the board, pre-flop raiser, pretty often. His opponent has none of this, and ace high is good. He bets 55, continues now. Gulas, so sticky, so stubborn, this guy. And he's not giving up just yet.
I think he's gone for a check raise, has he?
He's made it 180.
Yeah. This is basically him not believing that his opponent has a king or a jack, and he has the right kind of hand to do it with. It might look like he's completely missed, but he does have backdoors. He obviously has the 8-9, he has the queen ace for a straight, and he has backdoor clubs. he doesn't have enough to continue by calling, so it kind of makes sense to turn his hand into a bluff. Add the fold equity of the raise to the equity of his hand.
So I understand there's 30 players left. And after this level expires, we're going to be taking a short break. And then we're going to come back with a brand new lineup of players. So let's hope it's as interesting as we've seen for the last couple hours here on this feature table. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit, just to remind viewers what we're watching. This main event was 1,700 buy-in. Prize pool close to 1.2 million with 800 entries. We're well in the money with just about 30 players left. This is Fazula, the real star player on this table for the last couple hours. And he looks down at Ace Jack versus an open from Roman. But Roman has been pretty snug, Dara. He hasn't got too far out of line whatsoever.
Yeah, he got that big lucky double up on the very first hand. Since then, he's played. He has certainly played very snug. Fazula had a hand there, which you can kind of go two ways with. You can three bet it obviously, but you can also just flat. The advantage of flatting is that you keep in hands that you're dominating. When you three bet, you're mostly going to fold hands that you were ahead of anyway, and the hands that are better than your hand won't continue. Now this is probably going to cost him some money because he's flopped second pair against top pair.
Roman first to speak, and he's pretty much the nut kicker, doesn't he? Here, Roman.
Yeah,
probably would have heard from Ace Queen pre.
Yeah, agreed. That's pretty much a blank.
This 6, yeah, totally safe. I think we're going to see another. Bet here from Roman.
Yeah, it's a pretty drawy board. If the board was less drawy, he could go into check call mode. But he's obviously has to concern himself that Fazula might have diamonds, might have something like King 10, Ace 10. So he's decided to keep betting. With all the draws on the board as well, Fazula is going to have to call here because his hand will be good a lot of the time. Now that river could save Fazula some money because the types of hands that might have been bluffing, say King 10, which is open-ended, or two diamonds with the King of Diamonds have now actually got there, in addition to the hands he was already losing to. So Roman throws out the value bet. We saw Fazula make a very good hero call earlier, but this is against a different type of player, and a player who's less likely to triple barrel with air, and some of the airs actually got there on the river. He's getting a really good price though, getting almost 4-1. I think he probably recognizes that Roman isn't bluffing very much in this spot, but he's asking himself, could he possibly be doing this with a worse hand as a kind of a blocker bet? If he had something like pocket tens, would he put this bet out?
Probably the only hand that makes sense that he's beating. Something
Yeah.
like tens,
Yeah.
two blockers to the straight. But Fazula
does make-
just can't help himself.
Hezky, Romane.
Yeah, he was just getting such an amazing price there that if Roman is ever bluffing, plus maybe the times when he's blocker betting a worse hand, I think he recognized he wasn't going to be good very often there, but he only needed to be good about 25% of the time.
Karel říká, když má dobrýho kouče, to se mu to hraje, ty vole, jo.
7-handed on our feature table. About 30 players left here in Kings Resort at the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event. We're coming to the end of this 15,000, 30,000 blind level. Roman can afford a little smile and a chuckle after winning a very sizable pot. He's had a very high success rate against the chip leader on this table, Fazula, who you see now at the center of your screen folding the ace-7. And this is Matteo with the queen-9 in the cutoff. Matteo opens queen-9 suited. Gulas folds. A lot of chips on this table. The average is about 1.2 million. Antonio in seat 1, small blind folds, and Albers, the big man from Holland, who's had some roller coaster of a start to this day 3.
This is a 3-bet. Wow.
Well, how much intel has Matteo on Gurchin? That's the question. Matteo just does not look impressed.
Yeah.
Decides queen 9 not strong enough to continue in this situation.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question probably is no intel, because if he had intel, he would have called there for sure. It is a fold against a normal player. Queen 9 is just too mucky, too often dominated. But maybe when he's been at the table for a bit longer, he might play differently against Gerchan.
Gerchan up to 1.7 million. He's posting small blind. In the big blind is Roman first to speak. Is Karol Novotny, who I can't really recall Karol playing a hand in the last 2 hours. He's not going to play the queen deuce. He folds. Chip leader Fazula folds now. Matteo with the Cowboys in the hijack position. It's going to open once again.
Great time to find
3-bet.
kings when you've just folded to a 3-bet.
Joseph Gulas.
Yeah, it looks
Reaches
like
for
Joseph's gonna-
chips.
Yeah, he's taken the bait. He's seen his opponent fold to a 3-bet last hand. He looks down at a not unreasonable hand and the cutoff and decides to 3-bet.
Now, Antonio on the button. Ace Jack. A lot of action though.
Yeah.
Open from Matteo. 3-bet from Joseph.
It's a big 3-bet as well. No, sorry, it's 175. Yeah, the graphics are right. Matteo didn't open 650. I guess he opened a 65, 175. Yeah, that was a tough spot for the button. He couldn't really flat, so he had to either 4-bet and fold to further action, or just do what he did there, which is fold. Interesting to see what Matteo does now. Will he just flat, or does he put the 4-bet in?
Joseph Gulas will have the benefit of position should this hand continue. However, I think 4-bet from Matteo would end it, but he just goes down the
Jo, soustředěně.
deceptive route, completely disguising the strength of his hand here, Dara.
Yeah.
And that, I
Oh
mean,
my goodness.
hello.
No, jestli mi to sundáte na tu přestávku.
It is just overkill, really.
Yeah, this is just too good. It's really hard to get paid now. All he can do is bluff, is check and let his opponent put as many chips in as possible on a bluff. Joseph will take one stab at it for sure. This is a very hard board to hit. He makes a small bet.
25% of the pot, 100,000. You can see the players not involved in the hand, just taking full advantage of the scheduled break. Matteo won't be going on break just yet. He has a little bit of work to do.
Yeah.
And a check call for sure, Dara, as you said. There's nothing else he can do here.
This is going to be check
He's
call
got
the whole
too
way
much
up.
of it.
Yeah.
And the
Complete break on the
deuce.
turn.
Yeah. Now, Joseph probably finished, but he might take one more crack at this.
Yeah, there are some hands
Move.
that will fold to the second barrel. Ace highs will call one and probably fold to the second bet. So Joseph is going to keep firing. I wonder how much Matteo knows about Joseph as well, because Joseph is definitely on the aggressive side. And this is going to be another call and then check the river again, I think.
Matteo looks over at Joseph Gulas. Of course, Gulas, an absolute expert live reader, and will be taking mental notes of Matteo's demeanor. But I mean, once he gets called here again, and we know he's going to get called, I think for sure then Joseph is finished with the hand.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a different Joseph. Go ahead,
the only
Dara.
card that might cause him trouble on the river is a diamond, where he might decide to try and pretend he's backdoored the flush. Matteo's playing this beautifully. He's just he's just giving his opponent a rope to keep bluffing.
Matteo has the discipline to check again.
Phenomenal.
And Joseph Gulas, a lot invested, but he
Does
gives
give up, yeah.
it up, puts on the handbrake, and you can see Matteo having a little bit of a laugh. Gulas not happy that he's invested 600k, but there you have it. We're going to go on a break. We're going to be back with a brand new lineup after this break. That's Andy Tillman just getting the chips racked. They'll be moved to an outer table, and one of the outer tables will be moved here to the center stage. Some incredible back and forths there, particularly between Fazula and the Dutchman Albers. But that's it for 10 minutes or so. Do join us after the break.
Ditto saying it's his real name, Fire at Will. It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. Looks like a disaster for Yusuf. He's found a way to win this, and Yusuf just won't believe. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bisse, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bisse with the redraw to the full house. doesn't hit Henry. It's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack. Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card. 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan. Particularly with his image.
Race.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Sorry, this is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna
he's
flick
just-
this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I'll tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm running pretty good. I think I'm playing well, and yeah, I hope to go straight to the final table and maybe go for the win. Winning a bracelet for sure. If you play tournaments poker, is one of the best goal that you can set. So yeah, I was really, it was really nice, and I was really happy to win the bracelet, and I hope it will be not the only one. For sure the trophy was more important than money, because yeah, a trophy is forever for sure, and you can spend the money even the day after. So yeah, for sure, 100%. Thank you, and I hope. Bye bye.
No idea. Not sure about this bend, not sure about this defend. This is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
we now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy.
Welcome back to King's Resort. We're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event. This is day 3, and we are down to approximately 28 players. We have a brand new lineup. You can see there in the background Andy Tillman, the World Series of Poker TD, just giving the players directions, and that is the graphic showing exactly who's going to be on this table. Fintan Gavin is my name, and I'm joined by one of the best in the industry, Dara O'Kearney. Dara, new lineup.
Hi, Fintan. Yeah, we had a great first session, very, very entertaining. Now we have some new players to look at, and we're really getting down to the business end of the tournament. So this is going to be very exciting as these guys will all be eyeing up the final table.
That's for sure, yeah. Of course, all these players are in the money. They're all guaranteed a minimum payout of 5,434. Of course, there's a pay jump looming from 27 up. They're guaranteed 6,287. So, interesting character here, Matteo Calzoni. We captured him on the outer table a little earlier. We've also Michela there from Italy also, and the chip leader is Italian Simone Adrian, who's sitting on 2.6 million. Not as deep, Dara, as the last feature table.
No, certainly not as deep as the last feature table, and a big spread of stacks, which means they're all playing essentially different games. The short stacks are looking for double ups. The big stacks are looking to continue to apply pressure.
So also on our feature table, we have the Dutch player. Is that correct? Did I read that right?
He was certainly listed there, yeah, Gert-Jan. I'm not sure I see him though.
No, I think that is. Yeah, no, we're looking. I think at an old graphic, or not sure what the story is there.
Yeah, I think probably the wrong name was entered there. We'll hopefully correct that.
So the blind level, new blind level, is 20,000, 40,000. Dealer wishes the players good luck.
On the line, cards on the line. You have a stack on the line. I put this stack here because you need this one. So everybody can see. Three, pass.
Now this is Simone Adrian with the ace 9, 2.6 million. We're down to just 4 tables.
80,000.
I mean, this is, it's ideal, isn't it, Dara, to be sitting there with a decent stack so deep.
Yeah, it's a great time to have a stack. The pay jumps are getting more and more significant now. We also have this added factor of the top 12 are going to get a 10k seat to WSOP Europe. So a lot of the players will be eyeing that up as well. It's a great time to have a stack where you can apply pressure.
So Kamikaze in the cutoff just flattered with the 9s. And action has moved around to the big blind, who's certainly getting a super price here. I mean, it's mandatory really to make a call here with the 10-8 suited. Club in the window, 3-3 queen. 9s still good here. Simone Adrian with the backdoor diamonds checks, and Kamikaze with 2 pair checks back. Now potential for Simone. That diamond on the turn gives him the flush draw. He's the only player with a diamond in his holdings. Good shot for Lewis, who checks. Kamikaze won't like the jack, another overcard to the 9, so he might check back here after Simone checks and the flush gets there.
Yeah, the flush gets there. It's a 9 high flush, but it's only losing to the ace, the king, and the 10. So Simone is trying to decide whether it's going to be strong enough to bet.
Bet 40,000.
Goes for a really tiny bet. 40 into 300. That's essentially just a blocker bet, trying to get a cry call from a low diamond.
Simone, the chip leader here, you can see him stacking columns of chips opposite the dealer. Seat 1 in the small blind is Lewis. Then we have the big blind under the gun is Michaela. Tony folding under the gun, and Simone's going to open again. Ace queen. 40k is the big blind. He makes it the minimum, 80,000.
6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass. 1 pass.
So, chip leader in the center of your screen, the Italian Simone Adrian, playing close to 3 million, and this is just ideal scenario.
Oh my
Opens with
God.
ace 9, then opens with ace queen. It's just getting better and better, and there's no chance he's going to get credit for a premium hand, Dara.
None at all. No, somebody's going to be very tempted to play back. Anything half decent could get 3-bet here, but all the pairs behind so far have had absolutely nothing.
So now this is Lewis.
One raise all in.
Yeah. He's short.
Well, apologies, it's not Lewis, it's Andreas Gondrum on the button.
They corrected the graphics there. So yeah, he has,
so we have it now.
8 big blinds, and he obviously has a fine shove there with 9s. Lewis is super short as well, actually, yeah. So he's probably just going to stick it in.
Definitely going with this. I'm for sure going with this. If I'm sitting in Lewis's
Wow, we let
seat.
it go.
We talked about that before, right? That's how we get value.
So, everyone having a bit of a laugh. Can't believe that Simone has actually turned over the maximum starting hand, ace-ace. Andreas Godrum with the 9s.
Yeah, someone needed to take a stand against him with like these 3 hands in a row. And then it's not. Then it's not a good stand.
Now, possibility of a straight, but I mean, Andres with just 2 clean outs, but 8-10 would work. Club, no good. Flush draw is stronger for Simone. Nine and 9 only, 2 outs, 6%. Flush gets there.
Sit open.
Third time is the charm, my friend.
Seat open, not the words you want to hear the dealer
Third time is the
say. As you leave the table, confirming the fact you're busted. But it's a good run for Andres. So getting a look at the outer tables and our friend on the right hand side, that you can see Albert here on the left of our screen, actually the Dutch player who we featured last night, and he's still sitting on a decent stack. But this is a Braz all in. Vallon makes the call, cards on their back. Aces versus King Queen on a King Queen high board, and that's sick. 6 on the river. Counterfeits kings and queens, aces and 6s. Back to our featured table. Spaniard has survived, but he's just got a small few big blinds left. So limp from Michela here with the 9-10, the Italian limps in to the chip leader's big blind, Simone Adrian with the king deuce off. Michela, focused, has to be. Every decision is so critical King high is good here so often, Dara.
Yeah, yeah. On this board, king high is. I mean, there's only one ace missing, so you're really only losing to a pair, a pocket pair, or a queen, which are both kind of unlikely.
All bet 40,000. Free call. Free check. 4 check. Shoulder.
Simone scoops the pot. King high. 3.5 million now for the Italian.
Been a dream start for him. Looking quickly at the Twitch chat, Bobic is saying, tell Finton to check his WhatsApp. Don't know what that's about, Finton.
Just a big sports bet we're sweating on, but I think it's all sorted.
Okay.
I think we're good. The Italian 4th Division.
Very good.
Bobic just giving me some intel. Now, Thomas Vass, you remember from yesterday's stream in one of the outer tables. Thomas with the Danish flag, I'm guessing. Danish, Norwegian. Help me out there.
That is. I have the exact same confusion as you. Give me a minute.
Going to be action here with Simone, the chip leader in the small blind. And he just applies the maximum pressure. Simone moves his full stack of 3.5 million into the middle, but his maximum exposure here is 900k. That's the stack that Thomas Vass is sitting on. Ace Jack. Well, it just doesn't look too strong now, Dara.
No, it really doesn't. You're going to be dominated a lot. That's a Danish flag, by the way, so the Danish man does find the fold. Yeah, you're just going to be too worried about hands like Ace Queen, Ace King, those types of hands.
I have a big bottle of water sparkling. And a glass. Huh? Sorry.
And of course,
Never pays.
huge benefit of this rip, you're getting all of these hands, as you say, that are flipping against you to fold out like King, Queen, Ace, Jack. Even Ace, Queen might let go. It just screams of Ace, King, doesn't it? The huge sizing.
Yeah, for sure. Ace Queen would be in a difficult spot there. And you're definitely getting stuff like King, Queen, Ace, Jack.
Like we just seen to fold.
Yeah.
The Spaniard has to generate something fast. Michela cut off Ace Queen. Huge percentage of Italians still in the field. It's incredible how this happens week in, week out at these big events.
Yeah.
Of course, they have their own dedicated festivals here in the resort. The biggest is the Italian poker sport. Massive, absolutely crazy numbers. 500,000 guaranteed for 200 buy-in. Ridiculous guarantee.
Can you put your hand away? I don't see his stakes. Thank you.
Kamikaze asking to see what kind of stack size Michela is playing. And Kamikaze with Queen 8 in the big blind, considering a defend here, just the minimum 40,000 to see a flop, which is Pretty reasonable to put in.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. You can pretty much defend anything down to about Queen 6 there. So Queen 8 is reasonable. It's above average hand.
Both players miss. But I'm guessing, Dara, Michaela with the advantage here. He's in control.
Yeah, he has the betting lead. It's a pretty hard board to hit, with a lot of hands with a deuce would have just folded pre-flop. So he's going to be fairly confident he still has the best hand. The question is whether he needs to bet to protect his equity and maybe open himself up to a check raise, or whether he just wants to check back. He's going to bet just to try and take the pot down now.
Kamikaze will show his cards to the reader, have a think about it for about 3 more seconds, and then hand the cards to the dealer. Or is he thinking, hold on a minute, this deuce and 7 on the board, this is all over my defending range.
Yeah, he could be thinking that for sure, and he has the right kind of hand to make a move with, because it's what we call a double backdoor hand. He has both the backdoor flush draw and the backdoor straight draw, which might not seem significant, but it means there's a lot of turn cards that improve him, and he could keep barreling on if he was called. The problem is the 8 high flush draw isn't great. I think if the queen had been the heart rather than the 8, it would have been a better place to do it. But in the end, he does decide to let it go.
So 7-handed, we lost Andreas, reshoved with his 9s after the chip leader, who you see now directly opposite the dealer in the cut-off position with all the chips. Now, this flag, I'm going to guess, is North Macedonia.
You're a good man on the flags.
Did we establish the last one?
We did, yeah.
What was
Danish? Denmark.
Danish, yeah, good.
Yeah. Denmark and Norwegian flags are quite similar. The Norwegian flag has a blue cross in the middle of the white cross, but otherwise they look the same, pretty much.
No, yeah, but I put it blind.
That's the blind.
That's a blind. I didn't put anything.
Oh, I think he put in too much.
I didn't know.
He put a big blind.
It's what?
There's a problem here now, Dara.
There is a problem, yeah.
I put too much. I didn't
This needs to be clarified. Dealers are super in this situation. But if it's complicated, it looks like Thomas Vass is not happy. So the dealer will call the floor in a situation where the player's not accepting.
Didn't know. I forgot.
Yeah, the floor man's going to have to come and sort this one out.
No, I post blind. Yeah, but I didn't do anything yet. I cannot call before the other call.
You can call.
They can?
You can call.
Call check. Heads up.
I'm not sure what was going on, Dara. Did you catch it?
No, I'm not sure either. It looked like maybe he wanted to raise from the small blind, but he didn't move the chips over the line, and therefore it was ruled as a limp.
Yes. Makes sense. So, Thomas, of course, wanting a free flop with the 7-4 suited. Kamikaze. None of this. Out of position. Folds. Thomas goes, what can I do? Except try and take advantage of you.
Not on the flop.
Now, who does he remind you of? A young Jim Morrison?
Oh yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, he really does look like a young Jim Morrison, the hair and everything.
Now you get to play like as if you had a hand
Too
that
much
you would
line
raise.
and everything, whatever. I don't see whatever.
Hello, shout out to Lucky Gambler 67 in the Twitch chat. He says hi, Fenton.
You're very welcome, Lucky Gambler. We're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event. And we're getting closer to that 3-table redraw. So went down to 24, we do a complete redraw. And can you explain to our viewers, Dara, why tournament organizers would do a redraw? What is the purpose of it?
Yeah, it's essentially just to make it more fair. Like if you were at a particularly bad table or you had a very bad seat, it introduces this extra randomizing factor where everybody it randomizes with 3 tables left. You could get a good table, you could get a bad table, but at least you're not stuck on the same table for the rest of the tournament. I think that's the main reason for that. You see some tournaments, they do a redraw at 3 tables and then they do another redraw at 2 tables. And that's really what it is. It's just to kind of randomize all that thing. And if you are unlucky enough to have a bad seat with 4 tables left, at least you know there's going to be a redraw at 3.
Really well put. Just levels the playing field that bit more. So on the button, Jim Morrison, small blind is Matteo, big blind is Louis Thier. And now the chip leader, Simone, who got a shove back in his face by Thomas Vass in the last hand. He opened light. It's going to open again here. It's not going to stop him. Ace-6 suited. Makes it 80,000. Thomas on the button with the Queen Jack. He knows exactly what's going on, Thomas. Simone is pretty much just running the show here. Nobody's challenging him. Chip stack wise, no one has near what he has. Gives him way more freedom. But Lewis moves in for his final couple of blinds. Jack 7. This is the problem when you get so low, you're just going to be called no matter what.
Yeah.
Simone has the better hand.
Yeah, he had 80k in already with the big blind and the big blind ante. So he's, even though he knows he's getting called, he's getting the right price. Now he just has to hope he hits. That's
not really ideal. The 2 clubs does have the good shot, but any club would just automatically give the check mark to Simone. 4 spades on the turn. So 7, 9, Jack, non-club needed for Lewis, the Spaniard, who's all in for his tournament life. No good. 8 on the river. Elimination for Lewis. Seat open is the shout from the dealer.
It's really confusing. So what's the next one then?
24.
So 23 is more than 24. Get more. So between 24 is negative. Get the next stage.
I can't really see it, but I think
So only big blind in this hand? online. Five pass, six pass.
Thomas, ace 10 in the cutoff.
7 raise, 80,000.
80,000 is the raise size.
8 pass.
Matteo folds. Now the Italian in the big blind with 5-3 suited.
Yeah, he calls. He's getting a really good price here, and his hand shouldn't get him in trouble too often. He missed completely, so this is probably. Oh no! Thomas decides to check behind. I guess he doesn't really need to protect his hand. Thomas is just taking this to showdown. He might get a small bet out of Michael now that he's hit a pair on the river. But he decides to check it behind as well.
Button stays small, big foot.
So blind level is the 20,000, 40,000. That's what we're playing at the moment. We're 4 tables left in this World Series Circuit Main Event. All of these players have now locked up €6,287. Of course, the jumps get so much more significant as we get close to that final table.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Blind versus blind. Pretty tough seat for Michael here.
Yeah, it's a tough seat. He's going to want to limp a lot because he doesn't want to just give it up. King 4 is a particularly ugly hand, but your king high will be good a lot of the time. There's a couple of ways you can play this hand. You can limp it, or you can raise it, hoping to take down the pot straight away, but fold obviously to a re-raise. Now they're both open-ended here.
Now,
so
open-ender, yeah.
interesting, yeah. Michael's going to go bet.
He does have the free roll to the clubs.
Yeah.
But of course, Simone with the 6 kicker, which gives him that extra tiny bit of equity. Should have run out like 3 deuce or 2-4. Or sorry, 3 deuce, yeah. 2-5, 3-5. 6 would play.
Michael's trying to decide now whether to bet again with his open ender or to check and see what happens.
Free bet 225. 225.
Goes for a large bet. He bet almost the pot. He's basically trying to win it here. And he gets it through.
So 25 players left. Which means we are on the final 3 table bubble. One more bust out. And then we will pause the clock, do a complete redraw, and bring you a brand new lineup. Now, pretty sure we'll have a few familiar faces in our new lineup. Matteo just not interested in getting involved. Haven't seen him play a hand, but we've seen this guy involved in almost everything. 3.5 million stack. Simone, Adrian, small blind here with 8s, and next to him is Oliver, and Oliver has been pretty quiet, but he is a short stack. Oliver is playing about 450. Well, it's down to 360 now after posting. Did Simone just limp there?
Looks like he did, yeah.
Trying to induce.
Yeah, because the big blind is really short. Yeah. Big blind
he's
is short,
going to be shoving here quite a lot when limped, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to induce the shove, basically.
Wow.
It's good work out for him.
It's all going in.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. I mean, he's not going to be happy, Simone, when he sees what he's up against, because it's pretty much a coin flip. Pair and an open ender. It's all in here. Oliver going to be putting every penny into the pot. No doubt. He's so much going on. And he deuce, and he 5, and he 6, and he 7.
So then, and a quick snap call, and it's almost a flip.
Yeah, I mean, Simone achieves what he set out to do, but it's not actually ideal, is it?
No, this is definitely not what he was hoping for. He was hoping for the 6-2-2 board, and this happens.
10 is a safe card for Simone. Adrian, 840k. Oliver, all in for his tournament life. Needs to hit a deuce, 5 or 7. No good. Ace does not help the short stacked player from North Macedonia. He's eliminated.
We need a player, right?
Jay Wasetto in the chat said that he was eliminated in place number 26, so I guess that means there's 25 left.
Okay. Apologies. That means we're now on the bubble. Okay. Makes sense. And 5-handed on our feature table.
On the subject of the redraw, shout out to my good friend Jan Sukanik in the chat, causing trouble as usual. He said, I think the redraw just makes things easier. You're trying to merge 4 tables of 6 into 3 tables of 8. It's awkward. That may be true as well. I'm definitely not next.
Yeah, that's...
Bobbage is complaining that you tricked him on the redraw.
Now, Matteo, first hand we've seen him involved in. Ace 3 suited makes it 85,000, and it's folded around to Michael, the Italian, in the cutoff with the King Jack. He's been pretty active. Besides Simone here, the chip leader, who's been involved in everything, it's Michael, who's showed a lot of ambition, trying to generate something. Kamikaze, 1.6 million. Which is pretty much average stack. Big blind, I suppose, but very wide, this queen deuce offsuit.
Yeah, this is a hand which played really, really badly three-way as well. And as we say that, he flops 2-pair.
Matteo has a piece of this, the good shot in the backdoor clubs. Decides to check.
Michael might be tempted to stab with his backdoors as well. And yeah, he's going to take a stab here. Kamikaze just goes for the call. It's a really, really dry board. He doesn't have to worry about too many draws.
Oh boy.
Look at this.
Kamikaze is going to get paid big time. I mean, Matteo, just 3 cleanouts. Does have the backdoor clubs. Of course, he can always make runner for a bigger 2-pair.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of ways to win this. That's why he's 18%, as you can see there on the screen. That's no good, though.
4 and 4 only, 3 outs. Matteo Calzoni all in with ace 3 and full boat on the river for the big blind Kamikaze, who defended with queen 2 off, flop 2-pair, rivers a boat. Got the money all in the flop. Matteo is busted out in 25th. That means we are down to 24 players. Complete redraw.
When the flop is this.
Yeah. If not, then I fold. That's it. Nothing wrong. He knew. Perceived it. I think it's fine.
And you can see the listing there. Just 4 players. I mean, there was crazy amount of bust outs in just about 30 minutes.
Yeah, we picked the right feature table. Absolute carnage on the table.
Simone Adrian, 4 million stack, which is equivalent to 100 big blinds at this 20,000, 40,000 blind level. We're going to go on a 20-minute break while we do the redraw. We're going to bring you more coverage. Brand new lineup.
Could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this. Loves to get his money in first.
It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from fire at will. The ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at will has him covered. Yusef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like fire at will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Yusef. He's found a way to win this, and Yusef just won't believe. Feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil. Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again. Of the spade variety on this occasion. 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is gonna Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't. Does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bisse, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bisse with the redraw to the full house. He doesn't hit Henry. It's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. image.
Race.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
This is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna
he's
flick
just-
this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay, fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge three-quarter pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
He's seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell you what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Know the history. You just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
now river showdown. sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Yusef, ace jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. What Georgius wants to hear with 5 high. Yusef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. Like, he needed 25. Oh boy.
Well, I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, you should knuckle up, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20 is fine.
Now, if I'm Georgius and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is it's exciting here. Does just cool. That's some very excited hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgius misses 705,000. Now Yusef, please go super small, Yusef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k, please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgius considers the check raise. Do you know, it'd be even better, Henry. Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georgius has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like king queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down. 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
With the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is disaster. He's got 48% equity there. Needs to call 1 mil 20. 1.5, meaning you'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
Whatever you want, yeah. Yeah, don't come in here. Yeah.
You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k? Something like that. But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgios, he makes the call, Henry.
wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. Georgios, both players with the same stack size. Woo. 9 up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we have a player with a stack. 2.5 million. Cut off. Mr. Bond, 7-6. I think I'm just joking this. The likelihood of Jan letting rip is quite high. You don't want to be doubling up a short stack. Not a player as good as Jan Jorgensen. Just let this go. Well, he's going to have to start generating some activity soon. But now at King 2, Jan's going to let rip, no doubt. A stack call for Robert Kokoska. Big moment. Massive moment. Jan Jorgensen all in. 10-5, he's live. Robert Kokoska just snapped him off. He had the money in quicker than Jan did. And rightly so with Ace-9 blind v blind. Big moment.
Welcome back to King's Resort. Apologies for that sound in the background. Not sure where it's coming from. But right now we are going back live to the resort. Back to our feature table, day 3. It's getting pretty tense out there. We're down to like 24 players. All of these players have locked up €6,287, and there is a 1k money jump looming on this position. That's our lineup. 8 players, you can see Antonio Crocetta in seat 1, 1.4 million. And then Pimo on the 600k is one of the short stacks, also short as Valone, 500k. Big stack on the table in seat 8 is Ronnie, who we featured on the stream yesterday. Looks good, Dara.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good lineup. It's going to be very interesting to see how these players play and how the pressure now as we're down to the last 3 tables, and we also have that big bubble essentially at 12 where the top 12 all get 10k seats to the WSOP Europe main event. That's all going to come into play now in the next session.
Yeah, money is getting very significant. And when you consider that there is 200,000 plus for the winner, I mean, it is essentially, life-altering kind of money, no matter what kind of bankroll, let's be honest. That's even for well-rolled wealthy players, 200k, not to be sniffed at for sure. So, big money at stake. All of these guys, of course, in the money, but it's that final table. That's the goal. That's the target for these guys. Few familiar faces on this featured table. Albert, who we featured yesterday. Albert is a World Series of Poker Europe bracelet winner. He won the little one drop some years back, I believe it was 2017.
MCOP main event gespeeld.
Ik kom me niet bekend voor.
En net toen het net dicht ging, de WPT finale tafel gehad.
En gescoord in main event?
10e.
Oh ja? Dus had je wat zakgeld? Had je wat
Ja,
zakgeld?
ik speel online, maar ik vind live echt veel leuker. Eigenlijk sinds vorig jaar eigenlijk.
So as we wait to kick off, you can see there 2 of the stacks are now down below 20 big blinds. In fact, 15 big blinds or less. They'll really be just looking for a spot to double up. The guys in the 20 to 40 big blinds, they're going to have a lot of tricky spots, and it's a great time to be chip leader like Ronnie is.
Yeah, I mean, this is just ideal for Ronnie. And from what we've seen of Ronnie yesterday, he's got to be up for the task. You see him there on the very right-hand side of the screen. He's right next to the dealer. Seat number 8. And we have Thomas Vass in the same seat as just before the break. But this is Novotny. Novotny is sitting on 1.7 million. He has made a bit of progress on the outer table. On the right hand side of your screen is Albert. Albert folds, and now Michele folds 900k. This is one of the short stacks. Now, Dara, question for you. And you know what question it is. What flag is that belonging to Collon?
I haven't a clue. If anybody in the chat knows what that flag was, please let us know.
I'm going to guess Bosnia-Herzegovina. I think it's one of these.
Yeah, we're not talking about Thomas. Obviously, we're talking about the guy who folded before. I think Boron was his name. Maybe?
Valon.
Valon.
I think it's Valon.
Kosovo, somebody in the chat is saying. Peculiar
Kosovo,
Invictus.
yeah, definitely believe that. Kosovo. Now, pocket tens.
Yeah, this is enough to go with, obviously. He's got 14 big blinds, or no, sorry, more, 17 and a half big blinds. Very standard shove. And as you said before, in another hand, the great thing about these shoves is you get to fold out flips.
You will see it later. What? You will see it later. Yeah, it would have been a conflict. Yeah.
Thank you.
I would have loved to have a stack one moment in this tournament. Like, I'm grinding all day the short stack, you know, so I don't mind a coin flip.
Hello guys.
I do. I wouldn't want to, and I didn't know if it was a conflict. I'm not flipping against your range. I'm flipping against tens, but not against like what you could do that with.
Yeah. So I like it fold.
So this is Albert, 6-4 under the gun. He folds. Kaylee folds the 10-4. And now our friend from Kosovo looks down at King Queen suited. King Queen of diamonds under the gun +2. 13 bigs.
I think this is probably just going to be a shove. He doesn't really have enough chips to do anything else. And he does shove. So far, so good. Antonio won't be calling it the jack 8.
That was good.
So this 20,000, 40,000 blind level, about 15 minutes remaining in this level. And then we move to the 25,000, 50,000 level, I'm assuming. But we're going to see one of the outer tables. See what the action is like. That's Kamikaze.
Our friend Geran is all in, it looks like. The Flying Dutchman, as you called him earlier.
All in under the gun for 475. Simone, the Italian, calls him. And, well, it's a flip. Albers with big slick. Simone with the tens. 5, 7, 5, 9 on the turn. Ace or king needed. Doesn't happen. The tens hold, and we're going to lose. Get Jan Albers, who really was a huge contributing factor to the entertainment of our feature table. It really was a pleasure to have him on the stream, and I hope to see him back in the resort. This is Antonio Crocetta, Italian, in the cutoff, king 10. What price will you give me on an Italian winning this event, Dara?
You're not getting me. You're not getting me to try and bet against you, Fenton. There's just no way. I smell a hustle. Just looking quickly at the chat. Obviously, a lot of people are very sad that Geran is gone. He really did enliven the first session that we brought to you. Apparently, he was gone in 22nd, so that means there's 21 left now.
Okay, so I mean that's pretty spectacular rate of eliminations just for a couple of hands. So we're actually on another money bubble now with 21 left. Top 20 are guaranteed 8,300. It's going quite fast, this, Dara. Of course, we have another redraw when we're down.
Yeah.
Interesting board here.
Interesting board, yeah.
Trips for Antonio.
Albert could lose some chips here. Wow, this all-in might actually save him.
What's the purpose of the all-in rip here, Dara? What's the benefits of it?
I'm struggling to think of there. I mean, I guess you maybe fold out clubs, but it's such a small part of the range. You should really be just trying to get maximum value for your king there and hope he has an 8. He's going to have an 8 far more often there than or a pair than a flush draw. So you often see players in these spots, they just over focus on the flush draw and they think, well, my opponent must have a flush draw, therefore I'll shove to make him fold his hand now. But when you think about the overall range, there's going to be far more 8x, far more pocket pairs, even some ace-x that might pay smaller bets to continue in the hand. So the shove seemed a bit premature.
We can see the graphic there showing that Ronnie is indeed the chip leader on this feature table, but it's not super deep. We have like 4 or 5 players below 30 bigs. And you can see Valon on 15 and Pimo on 17 bigs. So Thomas with 7-3, 1.1 million.
85,000.
So Antonio opens the ace king. Pimo, who's looking for shove or reshove spots, but 5-4 suited won't be good enough. Carol, who's been by far the tightest pair we've seen, definitely won't be playing the 7-6. Oh, look at this.
Well, action.
Yeah.
Action incoming.
Just over 20 big blinds. He's
Michele.
just trying to decide whether between just ripping or 3-bet calling.
Antonio Crocetta with the ace king. Makes it 85k in the hijack, and now in the big blind, Michele, the Italian, looks down at queen, queen.
He's breathing really, really heavily as well. If Antonio didn't have a hand as strong as ace king, if he saw that level of excitement, he might think about folding more. So he has gone for the 3-bet, but he's 3-bet well over a third of his stack, so it's fairly obvious he's not folding. And we're going to have a flip.
Big moment, 20 left. Average stack is about 2 million at this stage, so both of these guys below average.
Equal 5.
Pocket queens versus ace king, 1.8 million pot. Antonio Crocetta is the player that needs to hit. However, he does have Michele, should I say, covered. Queen's good so far. King of diamonds was folded pre, but still 2 kings and 3 aces out there. Five of clubs, just the river to come. Crocetta needs to hit ace or king. Doesn't happen. Double for the short stack, and now 1.8 million for the Italian. And that leaves Antonio with just 850. So an exact flip of stack sizes.
Bobic for once is complimenting your pronunciation of Michele.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, these Italian names sometimes, but I think I do have some Italian blood somewhere down in my heritage, because
Really?
the pronunciations come absolutely natural to me.
Do
I
they?
always get them right. Yeah, and sometimes even better than the locals themselves.
Yes,
Always good to win your flip, Star. That's a huge part of tournament poker.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a cliche, but you really do have to win your flips. There are just so many situations where the blind levels just dictate that you've got to get it in. Both players have to get it in flipping, and then it's just a question of who wins the flip and gets to advance.
I mean, the ideal, of course, is to have a stack that can withstand, losing a flip.
Yeah.
Now, the fact there's a player moved off the feature table.
Yeah, that's because
What
we
does
went
that
down
tell
to
us?
21, obviously.
Okay, so 3 tables to 7. 21 players, that makes sense. Antonio Crocetta, massive flip, big moment for him. And now, this is Pimo, 680.
If Carl was a looser player, he could definitely think about opening Queen 7 suited, but he obviously doesn't fancy it. But it'd be a reasonable open from that seat.
Michele raises to 150,000. This is Thomas in the big blind position, but 8-3. He won't defend versus the open in the small blind.
8-3 suited.
Yeah, that's on the tight side. I think a lot of players would defend the suited hand there.
Matteo and Faizola. Look at the stack sizes. 1.3 million in the pot. And Matteo shoving here. 3.4 million. And gets called. This is crazy. These guys.
Ace.
Oh my word.
Ace high against king high.
I can't believe this.
Wow, what a hand.
Well, Faizola had the flush. Had he the ace of diamonds with the...
Yeah, the king high flush.
King high flush. But was the ace of diamonds in Matteo's hand? Is that why he shoved with ace high?
I didn't see. It was a no diamond apparently. So yeah, it was
no
just
diamond. Well, that is absolutely ridiculous hand when you think average stack is 2 million.
Yeah.
So that means Matteo had a 4 million stack starting that hand.
Yeah. And Yaroslav, who's doing a great job in the chat, keeping us informed of the bust outs, said that elimination was in 21st place for €7,246. So that was a massive pot.
Oh my word, that is just incredible. Absolute pure punt from the Italian Matteo. But I mean, he was up against the wrong guy. But let's be honest, king high, second nuts for Faizola. That was the outer table action. Looks to me like it's absolutely crazy out there. But we'll feature Ronnie and Karol Novotny here. Ace queen for Karol Novotny. Ace jack for Ronnie. Both miss. Looks like it was a continuation from Karol, and Ronnie called with the ace jack. Deuce on the turn changes nothing. Karol's going to shut down now. Check back. But he's ahead with that. Queen kicker. Well, I think this will work. 300k it looks like.
Yeah, I think it's the right man to do it against. As we've said a few times, Karol has been.
Yeah, I mean, he's just adopted a very kind of tight strategy. Not getting involved, just waiting for cards to come. The only problem, sometimes they don't come there.
True.
And even worse, sometimes they come and they get cracked.
That's true as well. But
now,
he has...
Karol Novotny.
Oh yeah, he's going to be getting involved here as well.
So the average stack now is 50 bigs with 20 players left.
Pre-raise 110.
Don't ask me how I calculated that. But with a 50,000 stack, 800 players, that's 40 million in play. 40 million in play with 10 players left will be 4 million. So if there's 20 left, that means there's 2 million average stack, right, Dara?
That's exactly right, Fenton. That's very impressive.
All of these players, of course, have locked up €8,312. Karol not getting any action with his ace king. So 50 big blinds. There's loads of play in this. We could be here for a while, but we do pause the clock when down to 16 players, and we do another redraw. And this is the end of 20,000, 40,000 level. McKaylee with the fives makes it 80,000, folded around to Ronnie on the button. Ronnie gets out of the way in the small blind. Antonio Crachetta with the 9-3 off, but Pimo is going to stick around with the King Jack now. Pimo, 600k.
He could obviously shove here. That would be okay. He can call. They're both fine options. I think the fact that Michele is open from the hijack probably weights him more towards calling. If he'd open button or even cut off, the shove would be more attractive. But because he's open from the hijack, his opening range will be a bit tighter. That's a good flop for the fives, but he does have to worry about getting counterfeited. So his hand very much wants to bet now. Decides to check.
Surprised at that check back. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well. Okay,
but this is a great situation for him. Yeah, he's comfortable now. He's ahead.
Yeah.
Pimo, first to speak. But he's not going to get to see a river, Pimo.
He shouldn't, no, not at this point. Gaelic can be absolutely sure, almost certain he has the best hand now, but he has a lot of ways to lose it. If Pimo has the type of hand that he has, he can obviously hit either of those cards, the king or the jack, or he can hit the 6 for the counterfeiting, or 9 for the chop. So he does bet, and I expect Pimo will just fold here.
So, average stack is just gone from 50 bigs to 40 bigs, which is pretty significant. That's what happens in these tournaments, these new levels, and the increased blinds. They shorten the volume of big blinds in each player's stack. And that's what creates action. You can't. There's no such thing as just sitting back, Dara. Not at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. The blinds are going up. There's a big blind ante in play as well. Also, as you get to this stage, you're going to be playing short-handed more often. At the moment, they're playing 7-handed. That will go down to 6-handed. So you pretty much just have to keep playing at this point. definitely can't lock up.
Pocket tens for Thomas Avas from Denmark. Antonio Crocetta folds and Pimo in the small blind with the 9-3 off. He gets out of the way. Karl Novotny. Now this, I believe, should be a defender. Jack 5 suited. And in fairness, Karl believes the same thing.
Yeah, he does.
Puts in the additional 50k, which is...
Yeah, he's playing tight, but he knows you still have to defend these types of hands.
Snap a fold from Karl. Thomas takes down the pot. Stack of 1.2 million now for the Danish player. Button moves. Novotny posting small blind. Big blind is the Dutch player Albert, and under the gun is Michele, who folds now. Thomas still stacking chips, looks down at 10-6. Now Ronnie. So Pimo is shoving here on the button with Queen 4 suited. Karl Novotny is asking for a call, but these small pairs, you really want to be getting your money in first.
Yeah, on the face of it, this seems like a very wide, slightly wide shove, but I think at least part of his decision was that he thought Karl is the tightest player, so he's not going to call me too light. But Karl might, no, it looks like Karl's going to fold. Yeah, as you said, with the small pair, I mean, best case scenario is the guy has pocket twos or ace two, but the rest of the time you're mostly flipping, and then some of the time you're just crushed by a higher pair, so it's not a great call off hand.
So viewers that have just tuned in, what you're watching here is a feature table. It's one of 3 remaining tables. We're in day 3 of the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event. And all of these players have locked up 7,000, well actually 8,312 euro, just 20 remain. 200,000 plus up top. Average stack 2 million. Blinds are actually up. They're 50k is the big blind. So average stack is about 40 bigs. This is Karl Novotny with the 6s. Button position. Albert in the small blind. Haven't really seen Albert feature yet, but believe me, you will. Seen loads of this guy. Michele. Tony, the Italian in the big blind, puts in the additional 55 it is to call, and you see the jack in the window, and then 7 also, 2 pair for Michele. Carroll checks back flop. Now, 2 pair. Jacks and sevens.
I think Michele's going to have to do his own betting here. Carroll is very cautious in general, so he's not going to put the chips into the pot himself. So Michele's going to have to do his own betting.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of straights out there.
Michele might go for a small bet here as a blocker. Try and get called by a 1 pair hand.
Bet. 250.
I think that's what he's decided to do. Yeah, he's bet 250 into 670 as a blocker.
That leaves Carroll Novotny with just 16.5 big blinds. You can see the chip count graphics.
Yeah.
Pardon me, Dara. Speak away there. What were you saying?
Yeah, sorry. No, you well spotted by you that the blinds are actually up. So these graphics are slightly off. It just kind of shows you at this stage all the pots are pretty significant. Like Carroll, that was a fairly small pot, yet Carroll is suddenly now down in the danger zone. So we will.
Yeah, that's a 16 and a half big blind stack now, which, I mean, it mightn't seem huge difference between 16 and a half and 20, but it really is. Like, I mean, you let the button go through you once, you're posting like 2.5 blinds, then all of a sudden you're down to like 14 bigs. I mean, it's decisions are like, you know, so, I mean, you got to come out and play. You just can't sit back. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I kind of fear for Carroll now, to be honest, Novotny.
Yeah. So Pima is just under 13 big blinds here. He moves all in with the pair in the hijack. Carroll has a decision here with King Queen.
Yeah, definitely King Queen. And if you remember the last orbit, it was Carroll with the pocket threes when Pimo shoved with the Queen 4. But now he's going to get called here, Pimo.
Yeah. No decision for Michele. His ace queen is obviously strong enough.
It's not a bad spot for Pimo, Dara, because there's an ace folded, right? And there's a queen folded that we know of.
Yeah, that's why you can see the threes are actually 66% on the graphics there because of the folded cards.
He won't know this, Pimo. He thinks it's pretty much a straight flip. But he's in good shape. He's 2-1 favourite. He's still favourite. Spades could be a problem. Should a spade come on a turn?
Yeah, there's lots of runners here. Runners, straights, counterfeits, the runner flush. That's one of the possible counterfeit outs.
Michele's equity still 26%. Well, these small pairs, they don't run out too good, Dara. That's the bottom line.
No, there's just so many ways you can lose, and we saw them all there. The counterfeit became possible on the turn. That's one of the more annoying ways to lose with a small pair.
Pimo, in fairness, he really went for it. We seen him shove him with the Queen 4. He knew like he had to generate some action.
Yeah, as you said there earlier, you can't hang around at this point. The blinds race around. They're also escalating all the time. And Jay Wasello in the chat says Pimo eliminated 19th place for 8,312. So I guess we're down to 18 now.
18 players, that means there is 6 players on each table.
Nice run, huh?
And if there's not, Dara, there should be.
Yeah.
Indeed. It also means that the first kind of major bubble we've talked about a few times on the stream is starting to loom now, with the first 12 all guaranteed, in addition to whatever they win from the prize pool, a 10k WSOP main event ticket, which that's going to make things interesting as we get down to 15, 14 players.
Now, Albert. $18 big blind stack. Makes it 175. This is Ronnie in the big blind with the 9-7 suited. Ronnie sitting on 2.5 million. Featured both these guys on last night's stream, both from the Netherlands.
Yeah, this is an unusually big open. 3.5 big blinds. But Ronnie's still going to play.
Albert's going to just let rip, I'm sure. I think he puts it all in there. He gets called, well and good. He has the open ender and his king is good.
I think he's committed to this hand now. He's decided this is my board. He's gone for a small bet this time. Small bet is interesting because Ronnie should now be hanging on with a lot of hands. Maybe not 9-7 of diamonds, but you know, any gut shot, any sort of decent double backdoor hand should have been hanging on.
So 250k profit for Albert in that hand. Carol under the gun, 16.5 bigs, 8 deuce off suit. Not playable in that position. Albert folds the 10 deuce off, and now Michele with 7-5 offsuit in the cut-off position. Well, this is what you can do when you have the chip lead.
Yeah, this is very, very loose. Thomas has actually been playing pretty tight. We saw him fold a suited hand blind on blind. I think that's also encouraging Michele to open a bit wider, but he's going to run into queens.
Ronnie Lemens from Holland. Cutting out 100k chips. It looks like 4-2-5-3 bet. Crocetta will get out of the way.
Yeah, that should be the quick end there.
So 18 players, all guaranteed 8,300. There is a money jump. 17th and 16th will be awarded 9,377. The buy-in was 1,700. Now, Michele, Jack 5. Thomas Vass, 1.1 million. 22 bigs. He folds. Ronnie here on the button. Ace Jack for sure is going to be opening. 125 open on the button with the Ace Jack. So short stack crocetta, 12.5 bigs, and I think then it's Carol who's sitting on about 14.5 bigs behind. This could be trouble for Carol Novotny.
Yeah, I think most players would just stick it in here with the ace against the button raise. Carl seems to be taking the more conservative option, which is consistent with the rest of his play. He's hoping to hit the ace, but if he does, that could be the end for him.
Ronnie realizing Carol, the type of player who won't get too tricky in this situation.
No, Carl plays very, very honest in these situations. He just gives up when he has nothing. So it's always going to be profitable to just throw out a small bet on the flop, and then you're going to find out whether he has anything or not.
Six-handed on our feature table. 2 other tables in play, both with 6 players in each table. 18 remain. We will have a redraw when down to 16. Thomas Vass, 7-2 in the bin. Ronnie has 2.8 million now. Average is just above the 2 million. Antonio Crocetta, 12 big blinds. I'm shoving here, Dara.
Yeah, I think any ace is good enough to go with here.
Carl, the exact same stack size as Antonio, but now Antonio will increase that with 2.5 bigs, which is equivalent to 125,000. That's what's out there pre-flop. 25k small blind, 50k big blind, and of course that 50k big blind ante that's posted every hand. No such thing as no big blind in a hand, whereas the ante posted on the button can create like a problem when the small blind goes bust and then there's a dead button, so there's no ante. That is how the big blind came about.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago there was a debate between the big blind and the button ante, but that got resolved very quickly. Most people think that the big blind ante is better because, as you said, that guarantees there always is an ante in the hand.
Yeah, I think it's, well, I mean, to this day I still hear people, give negative opinions towards it, but I mean, it's definitely the fairest, that's for sure. It was a bit like a war between Betamax and VHS, the way there was different kind of tours and different tournaments doing both. Like one was doing the button ante and the other was doing the big blind ante. But yeah, as you say, big blind ante won out. Look at this big decision here for Michele.
Yeah, this is 15 big blind shove. This is going to be a call. It's towards the bottom of the range, but it's enough. So Antonio is all in. There's some speculation in the chat that Bobic and others that Antonio looks like Robert De Niro. What do you reckon, Vinton?
Yeah, I'm going to have to look at him again now. Robert De Niro, yeah, I can see that. Definitely.
No GL this time, you don't say anymore.
He needs to hit paint well. 10 ball would work. And a king and a jack. Or 10 for a straight. Michele having a smile. Well, he goes behind. Can still hit a 9 to go back in front. 2 9s left in the deck. Antonio Crocetta in the lead. And, well, he improves to a straight. It's turn and river. Big flip. Crocetta gets the double.
Gibraltarian in the chat says he reckons he's a cross between De Niro and Antonio Esfandiari. Yeah, I can see that.
And we have Thomas, who I think is a cross between Jim Morrison and Jungleman.
Yeah, I can definitely see that too.
Big slick for Ronnie. Antonio Crocetta just doubled up 1.6 million. In the hijack with the Queen Jack suited. Makes the fold. Showing a bit of discipline. Carl is, well, it's not going well for Carl. Thomas Vass, big blind, 10-9. 60k to call, 110 is the raise size, and that's an interesting fold.
Yeah, he definitely has been playing tighter than most. Most players would certainly defend there for that price. But Thomas has consistently been folding in those spots. We saw him fold 8-3 suited to a raise blind on blind earlier. He really hasn't been getting out of line.
He did make a few decent shoves in good spots, and it's kept his head above water, but he's going below that 1 million mark, sub 20 bigs. Crocetta under the gun with the Queen 8 straight in the bin. Now Carol needs to generate something. It's not going to happen though with the 10-5 off. Albert sitting on 20 bigs. He's going to open here in the cutoff. Albert playing 1 million. Makes it 125,000. Folded right around to the big blind where we have another Dutch player. This is Ronnie Lemens, who is one of the big stacks at the table. But the table is, I mean, it's not deep. There's a lower volume of blinds on this table than the other two, that's for sure.
Yeah, Ronnie's a very is player from Thomas, who defended 10-9. Who folded 10-9 last time. Ronnie's likely to defend here. He defends with a raise. This is very interesting. Now he's basically putting Albert to the test. And Albert,
I'm loving this. This is just
Albert's having none of it. He's like,
yeah,
okay,
good luck. Let's do this. He's not. This is what I like about Albert. He's not going to get exploited too often. And Ronnie, well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because he's getting such a great price here.
Price. Look at the price he's getting. He's getting more than 2-1 here. He only needs to
That's
be good
huge.
about 32% of the time.
Yeah,
Even when
I mean, the thing there, I look the price, and you know I'm all for the odds and value, but given this situation, like stack preservation, you know, when you're short-handed, having the advantage of the bigger stack, I think that's a massive factor. Like,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. At this stage of the tournament, that's huge. I mean, even from a mathematical perspective, like I said, 32%, that's how much you need if it was just for chips, but it's not just for chips anymore because we're getting near the end of the tournament and ICM is starting to be a big factor. So you probably actually need more like 35, 36% there, which is why Ronnie ends up folding correctly in the end. And then there's the other reasons, like you just said, stack preservation. You can continue, you can get better spots than that for sure for a lot of chips.
and given a decent player like Albert, you know, a stack is just it's well, I mean, that's to be avoided. Let's be honest. We've seen Albert yesterday with chips. He knows how to use a big stack. He knows how to apply pressure, and that also going through the mind of Ronnie, I'm sure. This is standard shove here with 12 bigs.
Yeah, yeah. Carl's going to get more respect than most of the players at the table. So his shove gets through.
Karl Novotny now playing 15 big blinds.
Yeah, this is going to be an open for sure. Can't imagine Carl's going to defend the 10-5 off here.
And that brings him back down to 13 bigs.
Yeah, it's just as well he got that shove through the last hand. Otherwise, he would have been critically short. He's kind of in that spot now where he pretty much needs to find a shove every orbit just to maintain the fold equity on his shoves. But as Bobbage pointed out in the chat, the fact that there are these 12 added 10k tickets, that's really increasing the ICM. Normally at this stage of the tournament, ICM would start to be a factor, but it wouldn't be massive. But now, because of that effective 10k bubble extra between 13th and 12th, ICM is actually very significant now.
Under 20 bigs in Thomas's stack. Ronnie just quickly folds, but Antonio Crocetta on the button here with King 10 suited, and this is versus an open from the most active player by a long way on the table, Michele.
Yeah. This would be a reasonable shove. He's decided to just call though.
Karl Novotny. Well, this is big price. I'd be tempted here.
Yeah.
But Karl shows a bit of discipline. Folds the Jack 9, and Albert, well, he won't be folding his 9-4 in the big blind, given the price he's getting. So we're going to go to a flop three-way. First to speak is Albert, who's flopped flush draw. So we're going to see action here.
Definitely going to see action. Albert is not a man who plays small pots when he has anything. So We could very well see Albert getting all in against Michele here.
There's 225 continuation. Sorry, it's 175 according to the graphic there. With top, and now action with Albert, who's decided just to flat call. And of course he hits, makes a flush with a redraw to a straight flush.
Michele also has the redraw to the higher flush with the Queen of Diamonds. If Albert checks now, Michele might check behind because he wants to see what happens on the river.
And the 8 is a good card for Michele. Reasonable to put Albert on 8x, given that he check called the flop on a Queen 8-6 board.
It's a small bet. He's getting more than 4-1 now, so I don't think he can fold here. He's just going to have to make the call and get the bad news. But he's not doing anything quickly. He's looking at his opponent to try and get a read.
This
at this price, at this price, you're not just beating bluffs. You can also be beating, worse hands that just decide to blocker bet the river.
Weaker queens.
Weaker queens, exactly.
Pocket 9s. Pocket 10s. Would have definitely heard from Jacks pre, so it's pretty limited range really though, Dara, isn't it?
Yeah, I think a bigger bet he might have been able to fold to. I don't think he can fold to this bet, but maybe he might prove me wrong.
Yeah, he just shrugs his shoulders and goes, how can I fold here?
That's
what he's thinking.
That's exactly what it says, yeah. The problem is when people make these small bets, like, it's never a bluff, pretty much. Like, nobody bets this size as a bluff.
You're not value betting the queen, right?
Excuse me?
You're not value betting the queen. You're not betting the queen here. No.
Why not? There's a queen.
He says you're not betting a queen here. Is that what he says?
You don't have a queen.
Something,
Did I hear that right?
Then you call.
You're not betting a queen here. And he goes, why not?
You ask me if I have to.
So Michele just hoping that he's going to be faced with Queen Jack,
You have a low kicker.
No,
Queen 10.
I like this. He's talking to his opponent, and Albert looks very relaxed. Like, he doesn't look like a man who's bluffing or a man who's concerned that the hand he's just bet isn't good anymore. Albert knows, because he didn't get snap called, that he has the best bet, and his body language and just comfort at the table is kind of reinforcing that.
I checked. No, you don't
It's the
have
first
a
bit of engagement we've seen in quite a while. It's been very tense, like the last hour or two. But both these players on the river here, engaging with each other.
Why should you bet the queen anyways? Like, I can check the queen on the turn with 2-3.
Yeah,
That's incredible fold there.
He's continuing to engage. If he finds the fold here, it will be incredible.
You show if I fold?
No, of course not. If you have ace queen, I don't show.
That's a good question to ask too. Will you show if I fold? No, normally people who want you to fold say yes.
But I don't believe you have ace queen. Impossible.
Yeah, I think the more Albert talks, the stronger he looks here, and the more likely it is that Michele will actually find the fold.
And you fold ace queen? You're a big poker player.
Yeah, a few people in the chat are saying that. Dennis Muraf says, after this speech full of confidence, I will probably fold. I'm definitely in that camp. Yeah.
Time, it's okay. I don't get upset.
Oh, I like it. You don't have ace queen. Impossible. You fold 225.
That's a world-class
That's very
fold.
impressive. Yeah,
Absolutely
very impressive.
world-class. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And he got the information he needed from all the engagement.
Yeah.
Big blind special.
And I think Albert showed.
Good fold.
Very good.
I think Michele is going to just feel like he's won a pot there rather than lose one.
Yeah. No, that's really good because he has a big stack, and you know a lot of people would just flick into 200k there, so think it doesn't really matter. But
But at least
saving yourself 200k in that spot is the same as winning 200k in another spot. And it was all the speech play that he had with Albert there, which convinced him that there's just no way he's bluffing. He's just far too comfortable. He knows he has the best hand, even though I have a very strong hand, top pair, top kicker, and I have a blocker to the flush. My hand isn't good here, so he eventually found the fold.
so I'm happy.
Best size. That was a good size.
Albert sitting on 1.8 million, 36 bigs. Average is around 2.2 million. We're close to the final two-table redraw. I'm told actually we're down to 17 players. That would
Oh, so your size was good.
make the average stack around 2.4 million, which is about 48 bigs.
Right away you said ace queen.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah. I could have it.
Carl in real bad shape, and he looks down at pure trash. The nut low, 3-2 offsuit, and now Albert
To see.
folds the 1.8 million.
Knappe fold van hem, hè?
Ja, man.
Hè?
Voor die bet.
Ik denk dat 90% hem niet weglegt.
Eigenlijk weet je het ook wel, hè?
Nou ja. Maar dan nog is het zo,
Guys,
so,
only
so,
English, please.
yes,
Only
so
English.
small.
Yeah.
It's so small.
8 plus.
You know, he's in trouble, but it's so small.
Yeah.
Very good.
But you wouldn't do that with only a queen.
No, I'm impressed. I would have called only to see.
That's why I wanted to go just to
That's
see,
why,
to be
that's
sure.
why I show.
I will see him later. Anyway,
Terrible,
so.
good fold.
Antonio has 14 big blinds here and King 8 suited. That's going to be good enough to open in this seat.
Raise 110.
Big blind
But
special.
Carl has found the hand he's waiting for.
3 raise all in. 4 pass. 5 pass. 7 pass.
Now, Antonio's getting a good price here, but he knows his hand is absolute trash, and it's particularly trash against Carl. So even though there aren't too many hands you would raise fold to a 12.5 big blind shove,
Where you from?
this is probably one of them.
Asked before.
And he does find the fold. Yeah,
You
it's a
Holland,
good
huh?
fold.
Yes.
That's a disciplined fold.
You're with a lot
That
of
must be a
people
very
here.
disciplined fold if he's
You're here with a lot of people, friends.
Couple of
he's
friends,
racing
yeah,
to
not so many.
125
Yeah,
and
one,
then
the
folding
guy
to
with the yellow shirt and
9 big blinds.
another guy around.
Great.
Yeah.
And you're the only one in.
Huh?
You're the only one in.
Yeah. I know other people just randomly, but not like friends. Let's say.
They play too.
Yeah, he plays cash game. Yeah.
Oh, but they
So
play
17 players left in the
They
mix.
didn't play the turn, they just play for the.
We're on the final two-table bubble. All of these 17 players now have locked up €9,377.
One pass.
This is the short stack, Karol Novotny, but also Thomas Mass on this table is well below the million mark, and Thomas is in the blinds here. Michele
Yeah,
sitting on
Thomas is-
2 million.
Thomas is paying the price of playing just a little bit too tight.
5 pass.
but he has found an ace in the small blind, so expect he'll
He's
just stick
shoving
it in
here.
here. Yeah.
100%.
Queen
Shove,
seven's not going to call him.
A7, small blind. Ronnie lemons, snap folds. And that brings Thomas back up close to 20 bigs. And the button will be put in front of him. Posting blinds will be Ronnie in the small, and big blind is Antonio Crocetta. Under the gun is Karl Novotny. Now, Albert, 1.8 million. I mean, all of these stacks, the average is, well, it's 2.35 million, something like that. It's like below 2.4, just a bit bigger than 2.3. So, like, the only player I can see above average is Ronnie.
Yeah, this is a really short stack table, and you're seeing that with the three top all ins.
And Crocetta gets a walk, is it? No.
No, I think.
Oh yeah, Michele has opened.
Yeah, Michele's made an enterprising open with 6-5. Antonio will probably just stick it in now and take the 225 that's out there. And he does move all in. Snap fold from Michele. I like how fast he folds when he gets shoved on. There's no posturing with this guy pretending he has a hand.
You get good hands.
Six players. We have one outer table with 6 and another outer table down to 5 players. So one more bust out and we pause the clock. This is Albert. Ace Queen suited. Under the gun playing 36 big blind stack. Michele with a similar size stack gets out of the way. Ronnie folds. Antonio Crocetta with 10-9 in the small blind gets out of the way. And Karl Novotny, while he's just 15 big blinds behind, looks down at King 7 and throws it away. I'm going to post small blind now and he'll just have 14 bigs behind. Albert will post big blind. Under the gun will be Michele. 6 remain, all guaranteed. €9,377. It's over 200,000 up top for the winner of this. And just 17 players left in the mix. Thomas has shoved over the top of Michele's opens before. He did it before with King Queen, but on this occasion with Ace 9, he lets it go.
Yeah, I think he was worried. I think he was worried at least as much by Michele's open by just the number of players he had to get through behind, being second to speak. But Michele's opening so wide now, you are going to get lots of good reshove spots.
Karol Novotny not interested in competing in the small blind position, but Albert will defend with the king 2. Now,
Yeah, two
good
very
shot.
different players. We saw Karol fold king 7 last hand to the open, but Albert is quite happy to defend the king 2.
Ace queen again?
Left. 85,000.
Kelly has a gut shot and decides to just bet and take it down now. Albert's going nowhere though.
225,000.
Look at this check raise. Problem with betting this flop now is you hate getting check raised. I think some players would be tempted to check the flop and then bet the turn if check 2 again. Because if you get check raised on the turn, it's less of a big deal if you just have a gut shot with 1 card to come. But a gut shot with 2 cards to come is a lot of equity. He is forced to let it go.
And now Albert is second in chips. Ronnie has the chip lead. Albert second. Michele third in chips. We're going to go to one of the outer tables. There's 2 outer tables in play. So Roman, you can see him there in seed 8. 1.1 million. There's 1.6 million in the pot. This is Braz Fagundes Jr. from Portugal. 2 million behind. He has Roman covered. Roman with the straight. Massive pot, one of our outer tables, so still 17 players in the mix. This is Antonio Crachetta on our feature table in the cutoff with the aces. Makes it 110, and this is the very short stacked Karol Novotny on the button here with 8-7. 14 bigs for Karol. This is Michele, should I say. Which Tony in the big blind with 10-4 suited.
Flop's
Well,
huge.
there's going to be a massive pot here. Pair flush draw versus the overpair. And look at the equity, Dara, how close this is.
Yeah, the aces actually are a slight dog. It's almost a perfect flip. He's flopped so big here now, he's trying to decide how to play it. And he is going to lead. This is a board which very much favors him as the defender. 6-5-4. He has far more straights. He has all the 8-7s, those types of hands. Antonio decides to just shove, which is completely reasonable. You think you have the best hand now, and there are a lot of draws. It's a big shove. The reason we haven't seen Michele call really fast here is there's a lot of hands he could be in trouble against. He could be up against a set, for example. I think he will have. I think once he works it out, he will realize his hand just has too much equity against everything.
I mean, even against a set, he's getting a decent price.
Yeah. Yeah, he only needs to call 1.1 into a pot of 1.6, so he needs roughly 40% equity. And it's very hard to find hands that he doesn't have 40% equity against. Now, as we said, ICM is a factor at this point of the tournament, and so it's probably more like 45%, but his pair and draw are just so huge here. He could be ahead, it could be a worse draw that doesn't have a pair. And even when he's behind, he has the flush draw, his 2 pair outs, his trip outs.
I'm surprised the money hasn't gone in.
Yeah. I mean, these are confusing spots because it's difficult to work out what your exact equity is against the entire range, because there's so many possibilities. Antonio can have this type of hand and overpair, then you know you're pretty much 50-50. You can have some draws. You know, he could have something like Ace King of clubs. He can obviously have sets. He probably doesn't have any 2 pairs. Almost certainly doesn't have any 2 pairs. Doesn't have any straights either. He's not going to open 8-7, so you just have to work out all the hands. Yeah, he took his time, but he came to the right decision. And now these 2 players are in a huge flip.
Let's gamble.
50-50. It's 50-50.
So Antonio Crocetta with the aces, and Michele, who defended in the big blind with 10-4 suited, flopped a pair and a flush draw. His 2 pair is good, trips are good. A club to end it.
You had to do it.
Let's gamble.
There you go.
Oh,
Wow.
That's another way to win.
Massive.
Cannot fold. It's very tough.
2 outs for Antonio Crocetta. And he misses.
Fucking big blind.
Yeah, that's him,
Yeah, you had to do it. Good game, sir.
So unlucky.
You have some really nice hands. But you don't win.
Even if you
Nothing he can really do there. Aces is a gift from the gods at this point. You're trying to do everything you can to get the full double up. He was very unlucky with the exact hand that Michele showed up with, which happened to make it a flip. And then also obviously unlucky to lose the flip as well.
Ha floppato i mostri, che devo fare? Ha preso troppo,
Hij moest wel.
Ja, tuurlijk moet hij. Als je zo'n
Troppo pescato.
big blind special naar binnen komt. Kan nooit meer folden. 50-50, ja.
It's 50-50.
Ja, ja.
There's 9 spades, 2 fours, and 3 tens.
Oh, he's unlucky. He got so
14,
nice hands.
14 outs.
Very bad.
So
So it looks like, yeah, yeah, I think we're actually down to 17 now, Dara.
Yeah, that's
That's
right.
the
Johan
situation.
Michel just confirmed that in the chat. It is 17 players now. So now we're on the actual last 2 table bubble.
100.
Okay, I was getting ahead of myself there.
At least 150.
Of course, with the delay, the information I'm getting
You have to pay.
is in real time, whereas we're on a delay.
You think, hey,
So
he's blind.
17 until that last hand. So in 17th place
It raised 110,000.
But still, it's
was Antonio Crocetta. Sorry, he went out in 18th place, Antonio Crocetta. And he would have cashed for 8,312. So all of these players definitely now guaranteed 9,377.
So we're down to 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 5, and this is actually the table of 5, which is really bad news for the short stacks because every 5 hands they have to post an additional full big blind as the ante.
Now, like this is ideal scenario for Michele. He's got chips, and the aggression factor, like, definitely way higher with Michele than the other players at this table.
Yeah.
And that's saying something when you have the likes of Albert and Ronnie there. Karl Novotny folds Albert in the cutoff with 4 high. Now, Michele, this will give us an indication of his thought process. Well, he lets it go, and now blind v blind. Thomas just 17 bigs.
Yeah, I think the reason for that fold is Thomas is stacking the small blind. Thomas with 17 bigs is going to look for a lot of spots to shove, and we have seen him shove a few times already. So Michele's not going to open any two because of that.
Time passes by fast. In another hour.
Now we have the other short stack in the big blind, Carl, who has been playing very, very tight. Michele possibly opens wider in this seat than in the previous one.
Albert 2.1 million. Average is about 2.3.
I think Ronnie's just going to shove here. Yeah.
Difficult for Carl.
Yeah, very difficult. You have to find a hand now, basically.
He'll be sitting on 11.5 big blinds after he posts small blind. This hand. Big blind will be Albert, and under the gun will be Michele. 5 players on our feature table. 17 left.
Nice up, I know.
So 120,000. Free pass.
Don't think Albert's going to be folding the king 5.
We're drawing for new seats at 16 players?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. We should have done it better.
So button open from Ronnie and a defend from Albert.
Ronnie flopped pretty well.
That's pretty good flop for Ronnie. May check back to let Albert catch up. Having said that, Albert does like to come out with these snazzy kind of check raises with absolute air.
Yeah, I'm definitely betting if I'm Ronnie here, given Albert's propensity to check raise.
8 bet 75.
75 into a 330.
Albert doesn't like to give up.
Albert. Considering the check raise here with no pair, no draw, king high.
In the end, he lets it go. Yeah, this is a very different board from the last one he check raised. It's just there's so many draws there that won't fold, that your check raise isn't going to work as often. A good point from Bobic in the chat. He said, I'd say the bubble from 13 to 12 will last at least 1.5 hours. What do you guys think? That's going to be a big bubble for sure. The question is whether the
Yeah.
players will be aware of it or thinking about it too much, though.
Yeah, it's a big jump, but it's not like, you know, the player who gets it. Is it 12 seats, Jared, did you say? Top
12
12?
seats, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like the...
Carl folded king 2 on the button there. I mean, I know it's not a great hand, but he really should have shoved. He's so short now, and the blinds are just racing around that really just the king should have been enough.
Yeah, he can't afford to let that button run through him again. Thomas is in the big blind, so Ronnie's under the gun here with the queen 8 suited. He folds. And Carl has to shove.
Yeah.
Has to, like, 11 bigs. Wow. Well, he would have got called. Albert with ace 9 suited.
Thomas is also blinding down, so this is a good time for the other three guys at the table. You have two players who are playing probably a good bit tighter than they should be playing. Now Carl's under the gun, so he really needs to go. If he gets anything decent here, he needs to go with it because he's going to be putting in 2 big blinds next hand. He should really go with this, but will he? He folded this 1 seat later last time.
I'm just absolutely amazed with that.
Yeah. Kelly will open this. Suited king on the button is huge. Thomas should stick this in. That's why Michaela didn't open the 8-2 suited last time because Thomas is looking for spots like this.
What's your more or less?
750.
5, 6, 7, 20.
He's asking for a count. He needs roughly 40% here, so I think he's going to fold. King 6 suited just won't have 40% a lot of the time.
Thomas takes down the pot with that 3-bet shove all in over the top of Michele's open. Still leaves him sub 20 bigs.
Yeah, he has been playing tight, but he has been picking these good reshove spots and they're keeping him afloat. Carl, on the other hand, is playing far too tight and just keeps blinding down.
So Carl, I believe, is posting big blind this hand. So this is a pivotal hand, really. Big percentage of a stack over the line.
Yeah.
Michele's going to open with the ace 8 action now on Thomas, who's going to fold out the 7-6 once he looks down at it. Thomas folds action with Ronnie Lemens.
Ronnie's going to play this.
Ronnie. Ace Jack.
You saw Thomas take a little bit longer there than he normally would with 7-6. I think that's because he recognizes Michele is going to open really, really wide into Carl's big blind, so therefore he's a lot wider. I think Thomas would have gone fairly wide on another reshove there, but obviously 7-6 wasn't good enough. This could get interesting now if Ronnie 3-bets, because Michele might think he's also reacting to the same dynamic, where he knows that Michele's opening wider because it's Carl's big blind, and therefore he's going to 3-bet wider. But Ronnie's decided to just call, I think.
It gives Carl such a massive price. Would you believe Carl's folded?
That's amazing. No matter what cards he had, he should have called there. We've mentioned a few times now that ICM is big, and ICM, it's not just a matter of having to shove or to call off tighter. Because these are two of the bigger stacks, they have to play a bit more cautiously against each other than if this was earlier in the tournament.
And look at the flop there.
Yeah.
$420K. Quite probably added to Karol Novotny's stack if he defended there.
Yeah.
In the big blind.
Michael throws out
105 continuation, but Ronnie going nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good size because, again, with ICM being so extreme, Ronnie's going to give up a lot, even to the small bet. Now they both turned a bad gut shot. I think this might go check now. This could also go check unless Michele decides to bluff to try and get Ronnie off the type of hand he has, a better ace.
Ace Jack, Ronnie takes down the pot, but a massive opportunity missed by Karol Novotny there in the big blind, who had 8-7.
Yeah. Yeah, he was getting such a good price. He should have just called, and then if you hit a pair or hit any equity, just stick it in. He's now down to 7 big blinds.
So he's going to be pretty much committed next orbit. He's going to have to blind post 2.5 of the 7 bigs, which will leave him with 4.5 bigs behind. Yeah, he's pretty much committed next orbit, which doesn't take long on a 5-handed table.
No.
All in.
Thomas moves in with King Jack in the cutoff.
Yeah. Carl's going to let this one go again.
All out.
Well, I didn't notice this, but blinds are up to 30-60.
Yeah.
Wel lekker als je dan niks aas op gaat, hè?
Yeah, so it's dire straits now for Carl. He's getting really, really short, and because he's on the 5-handed table, the blinds are just coming around so fast.
Doet ook met minder hoor.
Ja.
Aasvrouw.
So, small blind posted by Albert in the big blind is Michele. Under the gun is Thomas Avas from Denmark. Here's Thomas now sitting on 1.1 million. Big blind is 60K. Thomas with 10-4 offsuit, this will get folded as expected. I think Ronnie just folds this out also. I mean, this is pretty brutal to watch.
Yeah,
5-3 off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Carol can't do a thing.
Yeah, sorry.
He has a bit of a chuckle to himself as if to say, I'm just not getting anything. But there is opportunities he's missing.
Yeah, he missed the king two earlier, and he missed the defend there of the 8-7. And they might not look like serious errors, but the blinds will gobble you up really fast if you miss those spots.
Well, that's 50% difference to his stack. Gives him way more options. And now button moves. Under the gun will be Ronnie Lemens. Ace Jack, certainly strong enough to open 3.1 million stack. He's the chip leader, Ronnie, on this table, but the average stack is around 2.4. So by no means a giant stack, but in comparison to the rest of the stacks, you can see there versus the shorty, who's sitting on just 435, and that's incredible. Carl folds there. It really is remarkable. 7 bigs.
Yeah.
McKaylee here in the small blind with King 10 offsuit. I think he can just let this go out of position. Not closing the action versus the only player at the table that has him covered. It's just way too many downsides here.
Yeah, if you call here as well, you set up a great squeeze spot for the big blind. That's another problem with this hand. And I guess one thing you could think about is turning it into a light 3-bet, which will then force out the big blind most of the time, and you'll win when. And I think that's what he's going for. Yeah, gone for the light 3-bet. That's a much better play than the flat.
Oh, this is strong play from McKaylee.
Yeah, this is very strong because of the ICM pressure on Ronnie.
What can you do with Ace Jack here?
It's horrible because your hand is much better than it's supposed to be. So if you're folding Ace Jack, you're exploitable. But on the other hand, if Michael actually has a legitimate hand, you're going to be in very bad shape a lot of the time. You know, Ace Queen, Ace King, Aces, Kings, Queens, Jacks, all those hands just have you in terrible shape.
Doesn't really make a lot of sense to go to war.
No.
And that's one of the reasons Ronnie decides, okay, take it away.
That might look like a very tight fold, but that's purely because of the ICM of the situation. The all-in was the option. Sorry.
I was just saying exactly what you're saying there. McKaylee recognizing this.
Yeah,
and that's
McKaylee
why he knows that he has to fold a bunch of stronger hands than King 10, Ace Jack included. Nothing really he can do there with the Ace Jack. I mean, he can step up to the mark, but it's just so risky.
Yeah, you can close your eyes and shove, and then put the ICM pressure back on McKaylee. But you know, when you run into a hand, it's just an absolute disaster. So, I think he prudently decided there are going to be better spots.
Interesting situation here for Carl because under the gun, he's folding, which means that he's going to be posting big blind next hand from 7 bigs. McKaylee again opening. He's been the strongest player on this table, Dara. McKaylee.
Yeah, Thomas is going to move all in. Yeah, this is great all in from Thomas. Thomas is not making the mistake that Carl's making. He's just picking these spots well. Don't think McKaylee's actually thinking about calling here. No, he folds quickly.
So this is the moment of truth for Carol Novotny. Big blind 60k. Carol playing 7 bigs, but 2 of the 7 big blinds are going to be posted blind. Albert will be folding under the gun. Now, interesting, Michele probably knows he's getting called here, right?
Well, it's Carol. I mean, I wouldn't, I wouldn't bet my life on that. The one thing I would say, he's got far more fold equity on this raise against Carl than he has against almost anybody else, probably in the world. But yeah, Carl's going to stick it in with King Queen. I mean, there's no way he's folding King Queen. Yeah, there it goes.
Money goes in, and Michele will snap him off here.
Yeah.
And Ace High has the slight advantage. But Karl Novotny with considerable equity here. 41%, all in for his tournament life. Karl Novotny, well, that's just disaster. He needs runner.
Yeah.
3% after the flop, not good. And it's over. 5 of spades on the turn. Carl's still looking at the board, but there's nothing that can help him. Absolutely nothing. 4 in the river. Karl Novotny eliminated in 17th place for sure. And he will be receiving €9,377. We pause the clock right now. And what happens is there is a random redraw for the final 2 tables. We're going to show you a brand new lineup, 8-handed new feature table. Who's on that table, I do not know, but I'm looking forward to it. Dara and myself will be back in just about 10 minutes to bring you all the action from the rest of this WSOPC main event day 3.
You can go to the bathroom, do you just want to turn it off? That's a 50.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. The 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the Ace-King suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Yusuf. He's found a way to win this, and Yusuf just won't believe. getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Race.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georges is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I knew it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position, and he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay, fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is
bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's going to probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan, with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer. I have him interested. And now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pack 7?
Welcome back to the main event here in Kings Resort. Just about to kick off. Down to the final 2 tables. Just 16 players remain. You can see we have brand new lineup. And a few familiar faces. You can see Alexander Tomovic, King's Reg, sitting on a very healthy stack, 4.3 million. The Serbian, well known in these parts, multiple tournament winner, high stake cash grinder. Then we have Simone Adrian, sitting close to the 4 million mark. Average is about 2.4 million, 2.5, closer to 2.5. That's the voice of Andy Tillman, just telling the dealer to shuffle up and deal. 16 players, Dara.
Yeah, it's getting very exciting now. Not just playing down to the final table, but playing for those 12 WSOP seats.
So, yeah, all these 16 players are locked up 9,300. But we are on another money jump. It's about 1,100 euro in the difference between 16th and 15th. But of course, there's like 200k in the difference between 16th and 1st. Now, Roman involved in so much. Looks like we've had a bit of a chip race. But these blues are worth 25k, the greys are 100k, and the orange are 5k. That's Albert, 1.9 million folding. Seat 1 is Braz, the short stack. Kamikaze, sitting on 1.6 million. Big blind, Queen Jack suited versus an open from one of the big stacks, Roman Chocola. Roman sitting on 3.3 million.
Yeah, fairly standard defend here with the Queen Jack suited. Unfortunately for him, his flush cards are dominated. Oh, look at that.
Dream scenario. for Kamikaze. Roman with top pair, backdoor clubs. And Kamikaze in the big blind is just, well, he's flopped the absolute nuts. Looks back down. Yeah, I flopped it. Already 465k in the pot. So he's just going to check call, check turn, depending on what comes on the 4th street. Now a blank, deuce, 3 or 4. Well, another check here for sure. Roman. Chocola is going to go again. Protect his pair. Charge these straight draws. Wow, nice check back, Dara.
Yeah, it's really nice check.
Pot control. Beautiful play from Roman. And, I mean, he's going to be calling 300k here. Thereabouts. I expect half the pot size bet. See, Kamikaze wants to make some money. With that check back on the turn, he can't go too big. And he goes a little bit smaller, 250. And you're going to see the chip flicked in here. It's a bunch of hands that Roman's ahead of that could be value betting here.
Yeah, something like King Queen might take this line after the check on the turn.
And there's the call, as expected. You could see Roman just shrug his shoulders and say, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
Flop top pair. He checked to me. I bet. He flat called. I checked back turn. Has to call the river there, Dara, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not just beating all the bluffs. He's actually beating some value hands as well that might take that line.
Interesting lineup here. 8-handed. Couple of real shorties. Braz Jr., who we featured in our outer table shot earlier on. Thomas is also short. He's sitting on about 20 bigs, Thomas Vass. And here is Thomas under the gun with the 8-5 of spades. And action moves on to another Dutch player. Several Dutch players still in contention. This is one of them, Albert Hockendick, with the King Jack of spades in the hijack position. Blinds 30-60. So average stack is about 2.5 million, which is 24. What am I talking about? It's do the maths there. I'm getting tired.
16 players left, and you said how much in play? 40 million?
40 million chips in play.
2.5 million is the average then. Spot on. 2.5. 42 big blind, 43 big, 42, just under 42 big blinds.
Yeah, around 40 bigs.
This 3-bet is all about ICM pressure.
What a position to be in that you have the freedom to do this, Dara.
Yeah.
You know, with your stack. Were Simone to run into a monster here and get 4-bet, it's fine. He can just, you know, let it go. He still has over 50 bigs, if that were the case, but he can get so many hands, so many upper strong range hands to fold versus this 3-bet. As you say, it's all about the ICM situation. Just 16 players left.
Yeah, we did see Albert earlier stick it in with actually King Jack offsuit in a similar spot where he got 3-bet. I think the ICM pressure on these guys is really starting to concentrate their minds because they are only, apparently there's 15 left, so they're only 3 away now from the 10K additional bubble of the WSOP main event seats.
Now, Alexander Tomovich, well known in these parts, vastly experienced, no limit hold'em specialist in cash and tournaments. Chip leader on the table, Tomovich. He's just so solid, this guy. Tomovich. You've really got to fancy him to make that final table. And the top positions, given his stack size. But, of course, there's a lot of poker to be played. Everything is possible. But 4.4 million, which is 75 bigs. Great situation for the Serbian. Under 10 big blinds, Braz Jr., Portuguese player. He's sitting in seat number 1, just to the left of the dealer. Tomovich, pocket pair once again. He's going to open.
It raised 130,000.
Short stack in seat 1 folds, and this is Kamikaze. Flopped the nuts a couple of hands ago against Roman Chocola.
Has a suited ace, so he decides to call here. This is quite loose, obviously, because his deuce his kicker is so bad. Martin can certainly defend the 10-8 suited.
Martin, another King's Reg. Final table, the PLO 500 event last week. Martin with none of this, he checks, and Tomovich, well, I think he might check here given that he's out of position to Kamikaze.
Yeah, he's up against 2 players. There's a very strong chance his 6s aren't the best hand. So they're not really strong enough to bet for value or protection. But he is going to go ahead and bet, I think.
115,000. Kamikaze. Top pair, backdoor hearts. Has position. Surely he continues on this street at least and then reevaluate. situation later. Martin gets out of the hand, which you would expect with just 10 high. No draw, no pair. And we're going to go to a turn. Interesting.
It's a particularly good turn card for the ace too, because obviously, apart from the fact he picks up the flush draw, he now has more chances of chopping against better aces. So it improves his hands in a lot of ways. Can't imagine. Yeah, he doesn't. I didn't think the sixes were going to bet there. I mean, the aces are going to check behind. The ace is going to check behind too, because what worse hand is going to call you?
Hearts arrive via the back door, so Tomovic won't be putting Kamikaze on the nuff flush, but he decides he's had enough here.
That looks like a tiny bet. Yeah, he's bet 100k into.
I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? And look at that fold there with the price he got, Tomovic.
Yeah, it's just like there's really nothing you're beating there, and nobody ever bluffs that size, I don't think.
Directly opposite the dealer, you can see Thomas Vass in seat 4, and then we have the Dutch player Martin Pap. And posting big blind is Roman Chocola. Albert is under the gun. Albert there on the right hand side of the screen in the orange sweatshirt, baseball cap. Tomovic folds. This is the short stack. Can't do anything with Queen 6, but still alive. 9 bigs. Anything is possible. This is Kamikaze has folded. This is Simone Adrian in the center of your screen. He makes it 125 in the cutoff with the Queen 8. Thomas, just 1 million on the button with an ace. Deciding against making a stand there. Fold it right around to Roman Chocola.
Kamikaze opening the ace-10 suited all the way around to small blind, who I can't imagine is going to do anything with Jack-4. Oh, but he's running into ace-king. 26 big blinds. Probably just 3-bet call. Yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet. Kamikaze shoves, it'll be a quick call, I think, from Albert. Albert considering his options now.
Albert is 3-bet with the ace king, so he's committing himself here, isn't he, Dara?
Oh, sorry, yeah, rather yeah, he's committed. He's obviously not folding. So Kamikaze now has to decide whether to flat, stick it in, or fold.
$2.5 million average stack. So many short stacks still on the table. Not really attractive getting all your money in here with ace 10.
No, and that's what he's decided in the end.
So Albert wins a pot. One of 2 Dutch players on our feature table. One of 2 remaining tables. The other Dutch player is Martin Pab.
I'm gonna see your bluff later.
So all these players getting a 5-figure payday, minimum 10,443.
I cannot bluff there.
Yeah, no, good hand, good hand.
Fold it to Roman on the button. He's got a hand he could certainly open. Alexander in the big blind has a hand he can defend here.
I played with Tomovic a few times, Dara. He just completely sucks the energy out of you. It's pure granite. It's like very, very difficult to exploit this guy. He's very unbluffable, very solid, hugely experienced, but has a bit of a problem here because he's up and down, open-ended.
Yeah. Queen would be a disaster for him.
He's like literally just one out, 3 sevens in the bin. And he's going to be putting more money in.
Yeah, you can't defend Jack 9 and get this flop and just give up.
There's the check call as expected from Tomovic with the open ender. However, it's a disaster really. His queen is dead. Makes a full boat for Roman, as you pointed out, Dara. And a few sevens in the bin, so just one out. Crazy situation really for Tomovic. Now, Roman Chocola. That's a very safe card, the 5 of clubs.
Yeah, you just have to keep betting here and keep getting value from the type of hand that Alexander has. If he bets too big, the Jack 9 might fold because your open ender loses a lot of value on paired boards. You're not trying to the nuts anymore. He's gone for just under half pot. This might get called again.
Alexander Tomovic from Serbia calling the 250k. Brings the pot up over $1 million. as we go to a river, queen would be absolute disaster. Well, this is not great either.
No, the 9 might cost him money here.
Tomovic makes 2 pair. Roman Chocola, of course he's concerned.
Oh, wow.
Straight could have got there. It's very, very tight check back.
That's a very
And
nifty check.
Tomovic might think he's ahead here with that check back, but he's going to see the trips and he's going to realize he was in really bad shape, and he did well to avoid hitting the queen high straight. Pot awarded to Roman Chocola. Couple of hits now to Tomovic's stack, but he is super experienced, very solid, really great temperament, this guy. I mean, you just won't tilt this guy, believe me.
Yeah, he's probably relieved he didn't lose a bit more there, because he would definitely have called a river bet.
This is the big stack on the table. Simone, the Italian, we featured him earlier. Quite impressive, Dara, this Italian kid.
Very impressive, yeah. So Braz Jr., who's the shorty here, he's super short. He only has pot size left, a pot size bet left behind. He's checked, obviously hoping Simone will put the money in for him. And he's paid the price. He's been outdrawn now.
This is harsh.
This is harsh indeed. Simone is now going to bet to try and get value from the type of hand that Braz has, a king or any of the multiple draws that are out there. Bet really, really small. That's essentially just trying to induce either a call because the bet is so small, or a raise as a bluff.
Queen on the river. Problem there. I don't blame. I never give you 10.
You can actually hear conversation between Tomovic and Chocola about that last hand. Simone scooping a point. Cashed in the main event here, Simone, in the 10K World Series of Poker Europe just before Christmas. Actually had a pretty good series. He won the bracelet there, the 1500 bracelet, for 158,000. Cashed in the opener also, so very decent form.
Yeah.
Now, Tomovic, once again. 60 bigs in a stack. Ace Jack suited. Of course, he's going to be opening here on the button there.
Yeah, yeah. It's a huge hand in this spot.
8 raise. 140.
So 140 raise. Short stack gets out of the way, but Kamikaze is very tricky. And he likes to defend with these suited cards.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fairly standard defend here, and Kamikaze is a man who's not afraid to play post flop, so he's going to make the call.
Kamikaze with the clubs and Tomovic with the spades. Of course, Jack on the board here would create some action, but it's 3-7 deuce all hearts. Both have completely missed this.
Yeah, this should dampen the aggression a lot.
Tomovic may go small here, Dara.
Yeah, a small bit here makes a lot of sense. Just fold out hands that have equity against your hand. You're not going to get check raised too much on this board, so makes sense to just fire out the small bet and take it down.
$3.8 million in Tomovic's stack. So 8 players on our feature table, 7 on our outer table. All guaranteed 10,443. Thomas Vass folds. This is Martin Pap. 10-7, no interest, but Roman Chocola. 3.2 million. Roman. Going to open here.
Three bet from Albert with the ace jack suited. That will probably flush out the blinds.
Well, he's going to get a shove back in his face here.
Yeah, he should. Yeah, he's got 25 big blinds. You're definitely playing ace king for 25 big blinds against a 3-bet. So Roman will presumably just move all in here. The pot's 660. You're not risking more than 1.5 million Albert stack. It's a huge pickup if you get this through.
Interesting decision here from Roman Chocola. He's opted just to flat call the 3-bet from a very aggressive player. And that's, I think it's going to be in the tournament for Albert.
Yeah.
7-bet 175.
175. Basically, he's just going to have, but he's going to have less than a pot size bet behind. Chocola won't pull the trigger just yet. Top 2, he's an absolute lock in this hand. Sure, he knows that. However, there is spades there. But I can see just a smooth call here, Dara.
Yeah, you want to try and get him to put the rest of the money in himself.
Well, it's a raise, small sizing, 400,000. Chocola is trying to build this pot up, get as much money over the line as possible. Albert,
Yeah.
well, he does play fast, so I guess this could work. And well, the hole is getting deeper for Albert.
It is indeed, yeah.
1.7 million in the pot. Spade will be an action killer given that it's produced a flush. 3 spades on board.
Albert only has 2/3 of a pot left behind now, so you can't fold your hand now if you have ace king. If he has the flush, he has the flush. But it might save Albert here. If Albert thinks this through, he'll probably come to the conclusion that he's beating absolutely nothing now.
Can't actually imagine a hand besides a bluff.
Yeah.
That Albert's ahead of. And he'll figure that out himself. Unless Roman's just going crazy here with the same hand, ace jack, which is highly unlikely. He just calls ace jack. Surely Roman does it. That's what Albert is reasoning to himself. There's nothing he's beating.
He doesn't even have the backup of a spade.
Yeah, neither player with a spade, so 4.1 million pot. Albert with just 1.1 million behind. Big blind 60k. Still a bit of breathing space there. We've seen him come back from a short stack before. It's going to take him another couple of seconds to come to terms with the situation. You see Tomovic looking at his watch there, Dara, did you?
Indeed, yeah.
His tolerance level wouldn't be very high, I guarantee you. He doesn't mess about, Tomovic. But this is a big decision, but we know the outcome, I think. Albert, just too smart a player to be putting his money in here. Albert drawing dead. And Roman hasn't even hit a flush. So this is not really credible that ace jack will continue.
Yeah. Yeah, he took his...
Albert does make the right decision.
Took his time, but he got there in the end. He realized he's beating absolutely nothing.
Roman Chocola wins a very decent pot. We're going to go to the outer table. There's just one other table in play. Decision time. For Georgie. Jerome has moved all in. Jerome is calling the clock. Jerome in seat 1 there, straight ahead in the sunglasses. I always think this is a sign of strength when you're calling the clock on your opponent.
Yeah, I think if you were bluffing, you wouldn't risk it, just in case it gets a spiteful call. But Andy Tillman has come over to enforce the clock. The legendary Andy Tillman, who as we said yesterday, he's nominated for a GPI award for Tournament Director of the Year.
And call is
Wow, look
made.
at that. Yeah.
That's
That is
quite
amazing.
incredible.
He
The
sh- he
sixes
shoved-
made the call and was ahead.
Yeah.
Sharon made like that was some call.
Yeah.
That's absolutely extraordinary.
Shoved the 10 high flush there and got there.
And these hands that have been covered on the outer tables, they've been absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like the guys in
Matteo's
the
exit hand was just, I mean, it's up there with, off the charts, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pure
And
heart.
that one was pretty, yeah.
The hand you referred to earlier, where he just shoved with absolutely nothing, no blocker, nothing, just a pure shove on the river, ran into the second nuts.
Can't remember who it was against. They were battling earlier on the table. Was it Simone or who was it?
I think it was.
No,
was
it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Crazy stuff. Looks like we're going on a scheduled break for a chip up. That won't take long, Dara. I'm going to have a quick cup of tea. How about yourself?
I'll have a quick cup of tea as well.
I'll see you back here, my friend.
Indeed. See you soon.
Back in 10 minutes. Do join us for the rest.
Saying it's his real name, Fire at Will. It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this. Yeah. Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Yusuf. He's found a way to win this, and Yusuf just won't believe. feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bisse, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Telling the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bisse with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. +1, he's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Sorry, this is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's going to probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan, with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
He's seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Know the history. You know, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
we now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at yourself, ace jack suited. He's going for 25k big value chips. Tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgius wants to hear. With 5 high. Yusef. Does put in the 3-bet.
yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. Like, he needed 25. Oh boy.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, you said knuckle up, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds?
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20 is fine.
Now, if I'm Georgius and I do make the call pre-flop, and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly.
Welcome back to King's Resort. We're about to kick off the latter part of day 3 here, down to 2 tables, just 15 players. In fact, we have a very interesting feature table just about to take their seat, and I'm joined by a very interesting character. Dara, how are you, sir?
I'm great, Finton. Thank you. I'm very much look forward to the rest of today. We have a couple of really big bubbles coming up. The first one we have is when we get down to 12. The top 12 all get a WSOP Europe main event seat worth over 10k. So that's a pretty significant bubble. There's a huge difference effectively between coming 13th and coming 12th. And then once we get through that, we'll be looking on to the final table bubble to see who gets to come back tomorrow and play on the final table.
Who do you fancy here, Dara?
Simone has been playing really, really well. I definitely fancy him. You mentioned that you played with Tomovic quite a bit, and you described him as like granite. He has also got a big stack. Roman, we saw in the mix right from the start today. He got lucky very first hand when he shoved ace queen over ace king and doubled up. But he's another man who's not afraid to play. Kamikaze also, as the name would suggest, is an action player. And even when you look down to the shorter stacks, Albert is somebody who tends not to stick around. He's probably going to go big or go home. I can't imagine he's going to nurse his 15 big blinds. Down at the bottom, we see Braz Jr. He's really, really short now. He's got only 3 big blinds.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair and good synopsis of what the situation is here. The action players, definitely, for me, is
Albert.
Kamikaze. Well, he likes to play, and we were just saying Albert.
Albert is not hanging around. He's just moved all in.
No, we said that. This is very interesting. 1.3 million shove. Big blind is 80k. King Queen.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing Tomovic position is a kind of factor here, leaning him towards letting this go.
Yeah,
I'm guessing if he's in
factors.
Sorry,
go on.
Yeah, I'm guessing if he was in the blinds with, like, no one to act, or maybe just one player to act, that he might take a punt. You can see him though. He's so solid. This guy, he knows the clock, the blinds. He knows exactly the spots, and he looked up at the clock there to count exactly how many blinds was in that shove. But I think that's a reasonable fold there. And
yeah,
I mean, Albert chose the ace to, the Serbian, and he just doesn't flicker. Like,
if I bet, you raise.
It's a good point.
Yeah,
that's the
very
benefit
good point.
of shoving, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the benefit of shoving. Albert is in these ICM extreme situations. You don't really want to raise call a hand like ace 10. So if there's a lot to be said for just sticking it in first. As you said there, Tomovic had to worry about not just Albert, but also all the players behind who might wake up with a hand. And there's also a stack preservation thing. Again, as you mentioned earlier, he has 4 million now. He doesn't really need to take that spot and risk 1.5 million of that. He can just continue cruising along with his 4 million.
Now this is mandatory, really, isn't it? 3.5 bigs.
Yeah.
But it's game over. Kamikaze looking down at queens. Unfortunately for Braz Jr., we didn't get to see much of Braz, just that outer table clip we had. And he started on this feature table with under 10 bigs, with the blinds up. Just 3.5 big blinds here. Shoves, it's a reasonable shove, Dara, for sure, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, it's a mandatory shove. I mean, even when he runs into queens, he can still hit the king. So, what can you do when you're that short? Kamikaze just flat calls. He's trying to induce somebody else in behind because his hand is so strong. But he's not going to get action. And you can see that even with having run into a hand as strong as queens, he still has a 32% shot here. So
yeah, I just noticed the empty seat. So that was actually a balance of tables. So that left us with 14 players.
Oh wow!
Martin Pap was moved to the outer table. So we've 7 on our feature table, 7 on the outer table. And it looks like we're going to have 6 on our feature table unless Braz Jr. can connect with one of the kings. There's still 3 kings in the deck.
Yeah.
Still has 17% equity, but
he could hit running diamonds as well. That's his other chance. But no, now down to the king.
King and king only for Braz Jr. Kamikaze in great shape to eliminate the Portuguese player, and the full house elimination for Braz, out in 14th place, €10,443. Of course, pay jump now, 13 remain, and it is that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket bubble also. So huge pay difference between 13th and 12th.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually have the prize pool in front of me. Do you have it there?
Yeah, it's in the chat. So we're on a page up now. 14th gets 10,443 and 13th gets 11,934. So it's a 1,500 pay jump, but the real pay jump will be the following spot, because that's where the tickets come into play.
Okay, cool. I'm just being informed that we're down to 13.
13, in fact. So now we're on the real big pay jump.
Yeah, we had 7 and 7, and then
yeah,
we just saw someone bust. So 13. So the difference between 13th and 12th.
Yeah, there's no difference in terms of what they actually get paid from the prize pool. It's the same prize, 11,934. But 13th, that's all they get, whereas 12th and everybody else who survives.
Okay, so it's 12, I get you. Yeah, so it's 10,350 difference.
Yeah, this is actually the biggest pay jump for quite a while.
Okay.
This is basically the same as the pay jump from 7th to 6th.
Albert on the button. That's Kamikaze in the left-hand side of your screen, and straight in front of you, the World Series of Poker Europe bracelet winner. It's Simone Andrian. Jack 10 under the gun. Can afford to do this, of course. Short-handed table. He's got chips.
Yeah. And we are on this big pay jump.
This huge jump, yeah. This is going to be like a huge advantage to the bigger stacks. Yeah. These kind of medium stacks are kind of in no man's land, Dara, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really are kind of weird.
Jan Sukarnak made a good point in the chat, which is these players are now at a disadvantage, the shorter stack players, compared to the 7 players on the other table, where the blinds and antes will race around slower. So that's an even bigger advantage to the big stack here, who gets to play more hands and has less players to get through.
Very valid point. So Simone, big blind, under the gun. Thomas Vass, who's been short for like hours now. He's looking down at 11 bigs. This is Martin. Well, it's not. Martin has moved table, so that's Roman who's folded. Alexander Tomovic on the button. Now it's going to be interesting. Simone with the same hand in the big blind. Of course, he's going to defend. He is suited. Everything is possible. He can flop a flush, 2 pair, trips, full house, quads even. Anything can happen. But that's advantage Tomovic with the flush draw.
Yeah, he's the one who flops the flush draw here. It's the 2 big stacks. So neither of them really want to play a massive pot here. Alexander's going to go ahead and bet his flush draw. Expect to take this down a lot of the time. A small bet, and yeah, this is going to work.
Simone not really interested in getting involved, clashing with Tomovic, and vice versa. Tomovic won't want to tangle, but he's got to open there when folded around to him on the button.
Yeah.
And pretty straightforward continuation bet, given that he has the advantage of position and he's had that flush draw. If he did run into a pair, he had the king high spade draw. Button moves now. Thomas is short. He's 11 bigs. He's 2 of them invested, so he's just 9 bigs behind. That's Roman Chocola. Albert Tomovic. Jacks. Okay. Gonna see raise incoming. 175, 180 it looks like. Or is it 150? Yeah, 180.
Second raise in a row. So Kamikaze is going to probably think this could be light. But he lets it go.
Oh, this is potential for trouble. I think this is a shove. Tara, I'm shoving here.
Yeah, this is a shove. I mean, this is just unlucky to run into it.
And look at Tomovic. I mean, just absolutely robotic, just putting the chips in. No drama. No big ordeal. No. He's open. Someone shoved. He calls. That's it. This is tournament poker. Whatever happens, happens. Big spot. 0.7 million pot.
This is the ticket bubble as well. So
yeah.
All the other players will be rooting. Yeah, all the other players are definitely rooting for the jacks. Some backdoors.
Anything happening there, Dara? Anything going on for him?
Some backdoors, but he does mostly need the 4.
You can give me 4. There's 2 of them.
That's no good. He's down to just the 4, and we know a 4 has been folded, so he's looking for the 1 outer.
Yes.
No good.
Yeah, you could actually hear Kamikaze go, yes. Did you hear that?
Yeah, he was aware it was a very significant
huge bubble.
Yeah.
WSOP bubble. And Tomovic, player who did the dirty work, eliminates Thomas Vass. I feel for Thomas. quality bloke. Played well,
Yeah.
Dara. Really put in
Yeah.
a good shift here.
Yeah, really patient, but picked his good spots, picked good reshove spots. That was a good spot because Alexander's going to be opening so wide there, and he's going to be folding so much the reshove. Just unlucky to run into the bigger pair.
Yeah, there's a ton of hands there that
There's no difference. It's just
could be actually ahead like fives. I could see him folding maybe even fives. Probably not, but certainly overcards, bunch of overcards that Tomovic will fold. He just won't want. He'll want to preserve his stack. But he had the goods. He had the jacks, and of course he snapped off. Money in the pot on their backs. Fours against jacks. 4 in the bin wasn't great scenario really for Thomas Vass with just one clean out. Never came, and that is end of tournament.
Okay, everybody 1% from.
He finished in 13th.
I'm joking,
He
everybody.
does receive 11,934, just shy of 12k. Which I'm guessing if you offered that to him at the beginning of this event, he would have pretty much snapped your hand off, Dara.
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, obviously he'll be disappointed. It was effectively such a big bubble, but with his stack, he couldn't really hang around. And the other players are now, you can see they're visibly read. They're obviously waiting for another player to arrive now because it's 2 tables to 6 as we continue to play down to the final table. And
They're involved in a hand.
wow, could be down to 11. I'm just looking at the chat. Shout out to Call Malaysia in the chat. I know she's a very prominent, very popular streamer here on Twitch.
big stake coming. Yeah. You know, you saw the hand or with the hand of him.
So that big pot there for Tomovic moves him actually to the top of the charts on this table. He's now the chip leader.
Long time ago. This guy also has 3 million here. He had second nut flush. And the thing is, your friend doesn't have ace in flush, so no blocker. But he still jammed over pot side. And he called and then he was had 7 or 8 million. All of a sudden, 2 biggest stack in the table. I don't understand. I don't understand why he jammed 3.1 million.
Yeah, you could just feel the atmosphere is just a little bit less tension, Dara. Now that all of these guys have kind of, secured the ticket and, of course, the cash payout on top as well, obviously. But you can just feel a little bit of relief. Okay, they've got a very substantial payout locked up. And now it's time to just focus on that final table.
The pot was 1 million and he jammed 3.1 million into him, the second nut stuff. And he was taking a bit, but then he called.
Can you move there?
I'm guessing you know the answer to this, Vinton, since you're so experienced in these tournaments in Kings. We've been playing 8-handed, but will the final table be 9 or 8?
Yeah, nine-handed final table.
Yeah,
So
that
there'd
makes
be
sense.
5 and 5. It wouldn't be. I think there's all kinds of arguments for and against. But if you were to go 8-handed, that means you'll be playing a 5-handed and a 4-handed table.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big problem with the 8-handed final table.
I don't mind any of these things as long as they're, it's clear in advance.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? It's the same advantage or disadvantage for everyone,
Sure. Sometimes they make
Absolutely.
Sometimes they make the official final table 8, but they still join at 9. I remember making
that's yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. That's what they do. It's the last table of 9 players. They join the table at the final 9 people, and then the official final table of 8.
Right.
But I'm sure that we pause the clock when it's down to 9 players.
Right. Yeah, I remember making a final table once in Dusseldon in a Party Millions event, I think it was, and I was by far the shortest when we got down to 9. So Sam Grafton was at pains to point out to me that I didn't actually make the final table, and that when I inevitably busted in 9th, I wouldn't be in the photographs. It would be like as if I was never there.
That was very nice of him to explain that to you.
Yeah.
Now look who we have from the outer table moved to the feature table. Faizullah, our good friend. What a player this guy.
This guy is amazing. Yeah, he played so well earlier when we commentated on him. So impressive. He had it all basically. He made hero calls. He made big folds. He just played really, really well.
And it was him who busted Matteo.
That's right. It was. Yeah. He had the second nut flush.
He had the king high flush. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see both flopped a pair, but they're playing very passive versus each other. Two big stacks.
Stacks. ICM extreme situation with the final table bubble looming. You're going to see a lot of this sort of tippy-tappy, very cautious poker.
Between the big guys. But of course,
yeah,
it'll be different with big stack versus small stack, and different with big stack versus medium stack, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. The medium stacks are the ones who are really in the biggest pressure here, because the short stacks, if they're very short, are just looking for spots to get it in and try and double up. But the medium stacks are in a horrible situation when they're playing against a bigger stack. The bigger stack can really put a lot of pressure on them.
Six players on our feature table. 6 on the outer table. So 3 more bust outs and we pause the clock. Current blind level is 40,000, 80,000. And this is one of the big stacks. Alexander Tomovic from Serbia. He folds and Kamikaze folds, and this is Simone Andrian. Faizullah, 7 million stack. Well, what a situation developing for Faizullah with just 12 remaining.
190.
He's more than double the average stack. Faizullah. This is Roman Chocola. Big blind, 6-5 offsuit. Jack 7, deuce. Faizullah is just going to continue here. Take this down. Well, checks back. He certainly won't be checking this King Dara on the turn. And that's enough for Roman Chocola to dump his 6-5. Faizullah scoops another pot. Average stack is about 3.3 million. And there's about 7.1 million in this stack. Roman Chocola in the small blind. And Albert posting big. Tomovic folds. Kamikaze gets out of there. Simone not interested with the 7-5. And Vezula folds on the button the 6-3 offsuit. So it's going to be blind versus blind. Albert in the big blind. And the player you see in the center of your screen is Roman Chocola. $200K out there pre-flop. And action. Vezula puts Albert all in. Albert, well, he auto shoves with the ace-6. Didn't even think about it. 15 bigs.
Yep. I mean, he's ahead, but it's almost a flip.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even give that a second thought, Dara.
Yeah.
But you
yeah,
said it at the start. He don't hang around, Albert.
No, no.
Chocola hits the flop. So just an ace can help Albert. No spade in his hand. $15 bigs. He snapped the all-in shove with the ace-6. Now he picks up some additional outs.
Yeah, he's open-ended now.
Not yet. Open-ended.
4, 9, ace.
Yes.
Doesn't happen.
No.
For the Dutchman, huge disappointment to lose him. He was quality act, Albert.
Yeah, Roman's shove was completely standard there, given the situation. Albert has to fold a lot of hands. Ace-6 is pretty close, to be honest. I mean, you know you're ahead of the range, but the question is, are you far enough ahead with the ICM? I guess he's one of the shorter stacks, so he probably can't hang around, particularly six-handed or five-handed, six-handed as they were.
Yeah, he's the shortest by far on this table. Next to him is Kamikaze. So he thinks he's ahead. I suppose he's thinking he's not much to lose. But I don't know. There is an argument for 15 bigs waiting for a better spot. But then again, it mightn't come. You know, if you miss these opportunities, you mightn't get another spot. That's the point, isn't it, Dara?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the short-handed and the big blind ante is something which really factors into this as well, because it just means you blind down much faster than the traditional ante, so you can't really be as patient. And Albert, by his very nature, just sort of tended to take all these spots anyway, so he wasn't going to change his game even at this late stage.
Now, Chocola thinking about making a move here. Chocola has 5 million in chips. Kamikaze under the gun. But Kamikaze has the goods. I'd be just shocked if this is a flat call. I don't get this. And now Tomovic with King Queen
in there. Yeah.
Well, he's always going to be playing in the big blind, but it kind of makes it a bit of a weird situation here with Chocola on the button with the 7-5. Kamikaze versus two players. And he flops a flush draw.
Yep.
So if he's calling here with 7-5 suited, flops the flush draw, he ain't going anywhere just yet.
No.
Kamikaze's going to fire here. He has to.
Yeah, Kamikaze's going to like this flop. This flop looks very safe to him. He has the overpair. He's not particularly scared of the 4. He almost always has the best hand here, so he's going to go ahead and bet. And as you said, Roman can't really fold now. He's flopped the flush draw. Tomovic has absolutely nothing, so he obviously gets out of the way. The king's an interesting card. Obviously, yeah, the king is an overcard to the jacks, but you shouldn't really be too scared of the king because, I mean, we saw Tomovic fold king queen. You are going to fold out most of the kings when you bet on the flop, unless they have something else. So it's not a particularly scary card. But he decides to check. Roman decides to check and just try and hit his flush. He also still has the option to bluff on the river, obviously. Kamikaze now, it looks like he's going to go into check call mode.
This might work. Chocola playing the board. He knows he can't win this pot unless he can move Kamikaze off it. So Roman Chocola deciding whether to go for it or not. 1.1 million out there. He does go for it.
Yeah. It's the only way he can win the
Gonna
pot
get snapped.
Yeah.
500k. Thereabouts. Well, it's a lot less, 350.
The problem with this bet is that any pair is now a house, and it's pretty hard to get people to fold houses. But Kamikaze hasn't snapped here.
There's no chance.
Can't imagine he's ever folding. Yeah, he just flicks the chips in eventually.
Well, it was a pretty light call on the button from Chocola, and he gets like punished big time, really.
Yeah, it was. The problem with these calls is you can end up leaking a lot of chips. Those types of hands flop draws a lot, and then you have to put more money in chasing your draw, and it's not even a particularly strong draw. So it's not like you're ever going to have 2 overcards and a flush draw, which you can play very aggressively. You're pretty much usually just going to have a bad flush draw. And that's a situation where you can end up leaking a lot of chips.
The other factor is like the short stack on the table is no longer the short stack. This has given Kamikaze a new lease of life now.
Yeah.
Tomovic. Same hand as the last orbit when he was on the button, King 8, so why should he not open again? Kamikaze now just above average stack. And you can see this guy, he's definitely a post-flop player there, Kamikaze.
Yeah, he likes to see flops, he likes to play flops.
He's just looking at the big blind Simone, that's the problem for him. He's not closing the action, so he just gives up. It's King 10, but Simone should be defending his suited king.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's a rerun of the last hand, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. I mean, these are 2 big stacks. You want to be playing a bit tighter because of ICM, but when you're 50 big blinds deep, it's not like the stacks are exactly threatened yet. You can still go on playing lots of small pots, that's fine.
Tomovic flops 2 pair, Simone checks. Tomovic now with a decision. Continue, protect his hand, or...
Yeah, I think he is going to protect his hand because while he has top pair right now, a lot of turn cards will change, will be bad for him. So he's betting while he's pretty sure he has the best hand. Simone
Now
Cole,
this is interesting. Yeah, he's
yeah,
setting something up.
I mean, he has prospects, like he has backdoors with the clubs and possibly 5-6 for the straight, but his king high will be good sometimes here as well. And I think that's why he called. Now the question is whether to bet again or check. His hand is probably worth only one more bet, so it's a question of whether you want to put that in on the turn or the river. And it looks like he's going to do it on the turn. It is quite a drawy board, so I mean, well, there are straight draws possible.
So 6-9, 9-10.
6-9, 9-10.
All these type of hands. Jack-9. These are the hands he's targeting.
Yeah, yeah, he's just trying to fold that equity, basically. I think he probably would have checked behind on the river if he'd gotten called again, because...
Oh, 100%, yeah. No doubt, yeah.
Aren't worse hands than his hand that will call 3 bets. So in those spots, you pretty much have to decide whether you want to bet the turn and check the river, or check the turn and either call the river if he bets or bet it yourself. And he decided, I'm pretty sure my hand is good now, but it's still vulnerable, so put the bet in on the turn.
And you can see Simone down to the 3.5 million. So, I mean, average is 3.3.
Wow.
With 12
average
players.
3.3. Yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody in this table is above average.
Yeah.
This is
now,
incredible.
Tomovic. It's happening really for Tomovic. He picks up a premium here. And just like the last orbit, Dara, when he opened with the King 8 and then he picked up, I think it was Jacks he picked up, but this time he picks up the Ace King.
Yeah.
Fezula has him covered.
Yeah, Jack is going to defend here, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Wow. He's getting immense respect now, Tomovic at the table. People don't want to tangle with him.
He's well known in these parts, Tomovic. He's been grinding tournaments and cash games right up to the very high stakes cash games. No limit specialist. Don't really see him in the Omaha games at all. But you'd meet him on the tables, all kinds of buy-ins in tournaments. He could be playing anything from 100 up to like 5k buy-in. And now again, picks up a hand, tens. If you've just tuned in, you're watching. Sorry, Tara, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, no, he's on a real rush here, and the other players might think he's just opening up his game, playing far too wide now, but he's picking up a lot of hands.
And that's exactly what's going through Fezula's mind. He's thinking, hold on a second. It's not really credible that this guy is picking up hands every time. So Fezula going to get involved here. This is super light. King Deuce, small blind.
Yeah, it's significant that he does cover Tomovic, so he can play. He can maybe exert a bit of pressure on some boards because of that. Now he's flopped almost nothing here, and he's up against top set, so this wouldn't be a good time to get creative.
Tomovic just hoping that Vezula has something like pocket jacks, even set of 4s, set of 8s obviously is the dream scenario. Goes nice and small, 125,000, just trying to induce something from Vezula, who's super creative. Vezula, and full of tricks, but he's going to be picking the wrong time to pull a move here on Tomovic. And there's the 325 check raise from Vezula, and this is just dream scenario for Tomovic.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Vezula looking at the board going, this isn't really your board. You're not supposed to have too many nutted hands on this. So I don't believe... We've also seen Tomovic pretty much always just fire at the c-bet, and always that small c-bet, whether he has it or not. So, and Vezula does have obviously the backdoor flush draw, which gives him additional equity. The king he thinks will probably be good a lot of the time, and a really nice flat call there from Tomovic to try and throw out some rope for Vezula to keep putting chips into the pot. The fact he's hit a pair now is interesting. He's picked up some showdown, but not really, because he's not beating any value still.
1.2 million in the pot. Tomovic in position. I mean, he's just everything going for him, Tomovic here. He's 100%, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's in position. And Vezula, I think he's going to lead here.
Yeah, Vezula might...
1.2 million.
Vezula has a spot here where he could overbet and then set up a river shove, thinking that the Tomovic has to fold almost all his hands then. And if it would be a terrible time to do it, obviously, because of pocket tens, but he would get a lot of weaker hands to fold. He's gone for the more reasonable bet of just under half pot.
Tomovic, he's almost stoic just in his demeanor, completely emotionless. And again, counting out chips. Oh, don't go for the raise. No, flat. Beautiful play from Tomovic. Takes discipline, Dara, to do this. Given the circumstances.
It's an interesting river because the only draw gets there now, Jack 9. Or the only really strong draw. Plus one of the gut shots on the flop, 5-6, gets there as well. Vezula would be pretty certain he doesn't have the best hand now, so it's a question of how much pressure he wants to try to apply. Or if he thinks he can win this hand at all.
Tomovic. Well, the graphic is saying that Vezula has checked.
Yeah, looks like he's checked. So Tomovic now has to just decide what kind of value he can get.
2.2 million in the pot. Tomovic. That's about 1.6 million.
All right, so about 70% of pot. 2/3 pot, roughly. Yeah, this is he's not getting called by King 2 here.
Vezula getting severely punished, but it's not just this hand, it was the build up to the hand, Dara, with Tomovic being so active, and Vezula just thought, well, hold on a second, I'm the chip leader here, not you, sir. I'm going to take this pot away from you. And it was just like absolute dream situation for Tomovic, who now moves up to the chip lead, 6.8 million, double the average. Fezullo is still on 6,075,000. In fairness, he did put on the handbrake. Check raise flop, fired again on the turn, and then he just says, okay, that's enough. Shut down. Was damaged, but got away from absolutely spewing off a ton of chips to Tomovic, who was sitting there with top set in the flop. Kamikaze, ace-10 under the gun. And now Simone with the ace-jack suited. Both these guys, Kamikaze and Simone, are playing pretty much the same size stacks.
Yeah, Simone's gone for the... Sorry.
Yeah, no, just a flat call, Dara, yeah.
Yeah, just a flat call. I think the ICM pressure pushes you. This is a hand where if we were early in the tournament, you could go either way with. You could flat call or you could 3-bet. But because of the ICM pressure, that incentivizes you to take the more passive action. So I think that's why Simone just flatted there. And that allows Fezula in behind to try and hit a set with his pocket twos. And Alexander Tomovic is also going to defend his suited hand. So, almost a family pot.
Chocola taking a break. But we have four-way action here. First to speak is Tomovic, who's flopped a good shot, but he's not going to be interested with 3 hearts out there.
No. Kamikaze flopped very well.
Open-ender.
Not flush draw. Yeah, sorry.
Huge combination. It's gone check all around. And now the 7 on the turn.
Right
Tomovic.
now the 2s is still the best hand.
Well, it's checked to him twice, so I think it's reasonable to fire here. But Fezula checks back again. And now Kamikaze hits the 10, but the jack for the straight for both Simone and Tomovic. Super small, 175. Well, actually, it's 275, makes more sense. And Kamikaze with 2 pair, but 4 cards to the straight, 3 hearts out there. Kamikaze should be dumping this, Dara.
Yeah, this is as bad as a top pair as you're ever going to see. Technically, his top pair, but he's losing to any jack, any 6, any 7, 2 hearts.
And no need to put any more chips than necessary in the pot, Simone, with the call, and that's why you defend in the big blind when you're getting such an attractive price.
Yep.
Tomovic splitting the pot here with Simone. Chocola takes his seat, 5 on this feature table. 5 on the outer table. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit. This is the main event. If you've just tuned in, we're down to 2 tables. And all of these players have locked up massive payday for themselves. Of course, all of these players will be awarded that main event 10,350 ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe 2022. It is a pretty tough table, Dara. I mean,
This is a
I'm
very
sure
tough table,
yeah, there's a bunch of talent, I'm sure, in the other table, but for me now, this would be an absolute nightmare table. I just really wouldn't fancy it.
Yeah, I'd say most of these players will be hoping they get to the final table fairly quick. They're not going to be enjoying playing against each other. They're probably looking at the other table, thinking there are softer spots over there. So let's just get to the final table and take it from there.
Easier said than done. Just 9 spots, 11 left. Anything can happen. But no pressure on these guys. They all have a bunch of big blinds. Tomovic in this small blind lets it go, and Kamikaze with 5 deuce offsuit in the big blind, facing a raise from Chocola. This is a very wide defender.
This is very, very wide. Yeah, I mean, this isn't really recommended. One of the things that ICM does too is it just forces you to tighten up your defense range a bit, particularly against players that cover you. Another pot for Roman. He has certainly prospered today. We saw him all in very first hand of the day on the stream. Ace Queen against Ace King, needing to hit. He obviously survived, and now he has a well above average stack on the final table bubble.
That was actually against Fazula.
Indeed.
Fazula with the Ace King of Spades, if I remember rightly. Chocola hit the Queen. No, he hit Queen Queen. Am I right? Was a King on the flop, or am I thinking of a different hand? Yeah.
There was a Queen Queen. I can't remember whether it was that one.
Point is, I mean, it's one thing, getting lucky in a big spot like that, but it's to have the strength of character to take maximum advantage of that and just, make the best of it. And that's what Chocola has done. He really has put in a super performance. Got his double up, got lucky, but I mean, it swings and roundabouts. All these things balance out overall in the end.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's been very impressive. Both himself and Fazula, who were the other player who was involved in that hand, they're still here in the mix as we approach the final table.
Now, Chocola under the gun with the King Queen. You would think 5-handed this is strong enough to open.
For sure.
4.3 million, big blind, 80,000. Tomovic folding the 10-9 off and the cut-off Kamikaze on the button with an ace. Chocola is active, but Kamikaze decides against continuing. Simone with the suited connectors in the small blind. Interested. Puts in the additional 130,000 and now Fazula. In the big blind position with 10-5 of clubs. He's taking his time here. He's considering a 3-bet.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a reasonable squeeze spot. He covers both players. There's fairly significant ICM pressure.
Decided to fold, in fact.
Yeah.
So 7-6 of clubs versus the King Queen, A7-5. Simone's connected. He's made a pair. He's checked and now action with Roman.
Interesting decision not to see bet the ace high board there. Now Simone has picked up a gut shot as well. So he leads out. This is part protection, part blocker. He doesn't want to face a big bet. I think Roman's probably just going to let it go. Yeah. Because Simone was in the small blind there, it's a different situation from if he'd been big blind. Against big blind, you'd pretty much always expect the opener to see bet the ace high board, but the small blind will have a decent amount of aces in his flatting range, suited ace type hands.
Simone with the suited connectors in the small blind position, but Chocola giving him credit for an ace, given that he came in out of the small blind, as you say, Dara.
Yeah.
Tomovic, chip leader. These small pairs so difficult to play in early position. But different situation for this guy. I mean, the experience this guy has is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
yeah, we
on
are
this
only
table,
five-handed.
Short-handed, as you say, Dara, yeah. And the chip
Yep.
lead, of course, is a big factor.
For sure.
He's so deep.
For sure.
So perfectly reasonable to open here with deuces. And like, it's going to be difficult for anyone to play back at Tomovic. We've seen Fazula try it on with him earlier. Didn't come off too well. And it seems to me that the table have just accepted, okay, look, you're the gaffer here. You can run the show. And they're just going to pick a different spot.
Yeah. Yeah, Roman gives it up.
There's
He just
a
does the
surrender.
8-4. Yeah.
Tomovic adds to the stack over 7 million. Will now post the big blind. Still 5-handed on our feature table, and I'm told 5-handed on the outer table. So just 10 players remain here in the World Series of Poker Circuit Main Event. This was a €1,700 buy-in and almost 1.2 million in the prize pool, which was created by 800 total entries. And just 10 players left.
10 players left. Jay Wasello in the chat confirming it was Martin Papp who was eliminated in 11th, who we saw earlier on this feature table. He was eliminated in 11th for 14,279 plus that 10k seat, as we talked about.
So 10 remain, final table bubble. We're going to pause the clock when we do reach the final table. And what will happen is there will be a complete redraw overnight. And all of these players will return to the resort tomorrow for 2 o'clock European time, and then the stream starts proper at 3 p.m. Didn't know that, did you, Dara?
I did not know. I'm glad you're on the ball on this stuff, Vinton. I might have showed up here an hour and a half late if
I didn't want to be ringing you at like 4:30. What's the story? Now, interesting. Fezula, King 5 on the button, and Tomovic in the big blind with King Jack suited, and he's cutting out chips. There's 3-bet. Fezula, it's just too high risk to get into a tangle here.
Yeah.
Fezula just has to let this go, surely.
Yeah, I mean, this is just about one of the worst hands he's going to open, so there's no way he should continue with this. To be honest, it's debatable whether you should even open this hand in this situation. Coming into the big blind, the aggressive chip leader in the big blind. Can't imagine he's going to do anything other than fold here eventually.
Tomovic with the sizable 3-bet. Fezula 605,000. Fezula just taking his time before he makes a decision, but I think we all knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, I couldn't see any other outcome there. I wonder if this is a terrible spot now for all the other players with Tomovic playing so well and being the chip leader. They're kind of incentivized to slow things down and hope somebody busts on the other table rather than to keep allowing Tomovic to pound on them. So some players would certainly start playing much slower now in these spots for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, you do get the feel. I mean, Fezula really is the standout player over the last few days, and he's been really running the show. But it's kind of like he's accepted that, okay, after clashing with Tomovic, that he's accepted to, hand over the mantle, so to speak.
Yeah.
And just play pretty straightforward ABC now and just get to that final table. I can see all these players making the final table, to be honest.
Yeah, it's more likely somebody's going to bust on the other table, given the stacks as well.
I just can't see anyone popping off. Kamikaze seems pretty solid.
Yeah, he likes to play a lot of pots, but he's pretty solid post flop. He doesn't really bloat pots, so I think he's going to defend here just to keep the pot small. Does this call?
You could see Andy Tillman watching proceedings. He keeps an eye on the pace of play on each table. This is interesting.
Wow.
Good shot to the straight flush.
Look at this. He's got the straight and he's behind. in the equities.
That's remarkable. Kamikaze. Check calls. Now 4 cards to the straight. Might slow Simone down.
Yeah, this could very well go check now. And it does, so fireworks averted.
There's no one going bust here.
Yeah,
Dara, no chance.
They're playing very, very cautiously, but that's actually good play in this situation, given the ICM.
I don't know. You bet.
You really don't want to be playing very big pots.
Yeah, then I pay you. Fine.
I mean, it wouldn't be out of the question for all the money to go in on the flop
Absolutely.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you saw one guy has the straight and the other guy has the overpair, the gut shot, and the flush draw. So that was purely, this is the final table bubble, so you have to play a lot more cautiously post flop. That so little chips went into that pot.
Well, this is interesting. Simone with a big piece of this. Top pair. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush. Fazula with the 2 overcards. But I think, again, as you pointed out, Dara, you're just going to see very passive play here. Check call.
Yeah.
Way too many disbenefits for inflating pots. And now 100% for Simone, who's made 2 pair. We're going to see a check back, I think, from Fazula.
Yep. I'll call.
There is the check back. And the 6 on the river. I think Simone has to go for value here.
What's his side?
600k.
Okay, he's trying to get called by
Ace high.
Pair, I guess. Yeah, ace high might not call this size. It's quite big, I think. Yeah, he's probably targeting the pairs here. And the ace king does fold.
Last level hasn't been profitable. Well, it's been the exact opposite for Fazula. He'd like
Yeah, when you're
7.3 million.
when you're short-handed like this, you're going to be involved in a lot of pots, and your stack is going to swing much more wildly than when there's 8 at the table.
Fazula's gone from 7.3 million to 5 million.
Yeah, and it's no like really one. It's not very many big pots. It's just lots and lots of small pots.
Chocola folds and Tomovic is going to open for sure in the cutoff. King Jack. He's dictating play here, but he's got the chips. So always going to be opening. Kojak suited. 3-2 in the bin, and now Simone with a pair of 8s, who's just after winning a sizable pot off Fazula. He's going to come in out of the small blind with the pocket 8s. Fazula getting a big price here with the 9-10. Interesting, Dara. Snap fold with the 9-10 and the big blind.
Yeah, three-way those hands can cause you problems, particularly with ICM. Again, I think if this had been earlier in the tournament, he definitely would have called there, but because of the ICM, he's kind of tightening up in these spots.
And good point you made earlier. You get a piece of this board, you're compelled to continue, and it's just costing you more and more money.
Yeah, you can end up.
He just makes the decision, not to get involved, out of position, 10 high. Well, that's a nice situation for Simone. If he had any doubts, they've just been completely cancelled now, and he's checking again, hoping for Tomovic to come out. But again, we've seen Tomovic pretty cautious versus the small blind, and that's a great check back, Dara.
2 great check backs there. Yeah, his king high has decent showdown. Is going to win some of the time, so he doesn't see the need to bet. I think Simone's going to have to bet now because Tomovic just hasn't taken the bait. So it's pretty much always the case that Tomovic has some hand like this or a weak pair that he's trying to take the showdown.
Yeah, I find that really excellent play, yeah. Just like you said earlier, Dara, against it's a completely different scenario. If that was the big blind defend, you certainly would have seen a continuation bet. If not in the flop, certainly on the turn.
Yeah, small blind flatting ranges are just so much stronger there than big blind flatting ranges. He's going to have a pair a lot of the time. He's going to have the ace far more than the big blind will have it. So Tomovic very wisely lost absolutely no chips after the flop.
Tomovic with the deuces under the gun. We've seen him open with this exact hand earlier. 7 million stack. Big blind is 100k now. Blinds 50, 100. That's 70 big blinds in Tomovic stack. He's double the average, which is around the 3.5. Folds on this occasion. That is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. Theoretically, that is a fold because of the ICM. Even when you're the chip leader, you're not really supposed to go on opening those small pairs. And I think he's kind of recognizing now that he's up against some very good players here, and he can't just get away with opening super wide.
Simone, 4.5 million stack. Suited connectors. That's the scoreboard. State of play. Kamikaze with 3.3 million. 33 big blinds. And up top is Tomovic. This is Kamikaze. So really, no. I mean, everyone is pretty deep on this table.
Yeah.
We don't have the details of the outer table. We don't really know what's happening. But I mean, it's not really normal to see, like, you know, the table with all pretty similar stacks.
Yeah, I mean, even the short stack is pretty much on average here, so that means there are far more chips on this table than on the other table.
Chocola, small blind, pocket threes. Fasula with the ace 5. So 3-bet with the threes from Chocola and Fasula. Ace 5. I think he just has to let this go. Chocola has been pretty quiet the last couple of rounds.
Yeah. Getting a very good price on the call, over 2-1, but ace 5, it's just going to be dominated so much. You're not even going to be thrilled about hitting your ace if the guy starts to shovel money into the pot. So he folds, showing the ace.
Button moves. Still 10 players remain. We're on the final table bubble. One more bust out before we end play for the day. And when one of these players, either on this table or the outer table, go broke, well, then the clock is paused. Total redraw. And all players then return tomorrow to play out on the final table for that 200,000 plus first place payout. This is Spezzola. Hasn't been a good level for him, Dara.
Not at all, no. He's open light a few times, got 3-bet, had to fold. He's lost a few small ones post flop. Kamikaze will probably defend here.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, ICM, it's kind of right on the line. Yeah.
Totally.
It's right on the line.
I could see him letting it go, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
7-6, well, he is going to defend. Or is he? This is so borderline, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right on the line. Like without ICM, it's a very clear defend, but with ICM, I think it's right on the line.
Well, this is just overkill. Absolutely smashed it. And you're going to see an instant check back here from Fasula.
You have to check. Yeah.
Give his opponent a chance to catch up. There's no chance of Kamikaze showing interest.
No.
Checks again. Kamikaze is not going to put a dime into this pot. Fazula. Well, he could check again. Dara, he does.
Yeah, I think you might as well check again and just hope he catches something on the river, or decides to bluff at it twice.
Kamikaze now starting to think, hold on a second. This guy has no ace, no jack, no 10. But it's just absolutely horrible board for the 7-6 and Fazula with everything going on here. Not getting any pay. Takes down the pot. Blinds are posted 50k, 100k. It's the World Series. It's the main event of this circuit festival. And tomorrow at 3 o'clock, Dara and I will be super pleased to bring you the final table. There's been some real standout characters on the way to this final table, Dara.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the final table. We're going to have some great players on there, some great characters, as you said, different styles of play, and they're going to be playing for a lot of money tomorrow.
200,000 plus. Tomovic, well, you certainly would expect him to be there. Playing close to 7 million. Average is around 3.5. Well, actually, with 10 players, it's 40 million chips in play. So 10 players, its average is 4 million.
4 million, yeah.
So there wouldn't be too much of a difference in the volume of chips on both tables. They're very close. Again, that's unusual. I mean, very often you see one table with all the chips, the other one short. But if you were to do a count on all the chips, if you counted all the chips here, Dara, it'd be very close to average.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some talk in the chat about the pace of play seems to have slowed, and Jan Sukanek makes a good point that because there's no hand for hand, there's a fairly strong incentive to stall here for anyone who isn't the biggest stack at the table.
Yeah, I mean, this comes up quite often. The TDs do, you know, keep an eye, visually keep an eye. It's not hand for hand, because that just, you know, I mean, hands do take different lengths of time. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
I think it's fair to let both tables play on unless there is persistent, deliberate tanking. I think then the TD steps in, and we could see Andy there hovering about, keeping an eye. Well, I mean, I say hovering, he was right there looking, watching the dealer move the button. And like, we don't have cameras everywhere to see both tables, but you could just imagine the same thing is happening on the outer table.
Yeah.
Now, I'm surprised that Fazula defended here. It was a sizable pre-flop raise in the small blind position from Simone. And Fazula has decided to raise the flop. Simone is a super strong player, totally recognizing jacks are good here so often. King now on the turn, Simone checks.
Yeah, Fazula decided to raise the flop there because his hand is basically trash, but he had some backdoors. Question is, now that he hasn't hit one of those backdoors, is he going to continue the aggression and try and really put the pressure on Simone and try and get him to fold the type of hand he has, a pair lower than the queen? Or does he just put up the white flag now?
2 million in the pot. That's pretty tough for Simone now with 2 overcards.
Yeah. He's gonna... It looks like he's gonna make the call.
I just love the speed of play from Simone.
Yeah.
He's so clear-minded, Dara.
Very, very clear, yeah.
Makes his decision, goes with it.
They both have less than pot left now, so now the question is, does Fazula really want to just go for it and stick it in?
I think the game is up. Simone. Well, he 2 blockers to the nuts there. Could have just let rip. But
this is very interesting.
Extraordinary.
This is a tiny
extraordinary
bet
play
relative to the pot.
Extraordinary stuff here. 25% pot size bet.
Yeah, he's basically trying to make it look like a thin value bet. I mean, the Jacks is hating this because this just doesn't look like a bluff at this size. This is a very creative play because the obvious play is to stick it in and just hope that the guy doesn't have a hand that he can call all his chips. But this is him basically saying, look, I have a very strong hand and I'm trying to squeeze an extra million chips out of you. And I wouldn't use this size if I was bluffing.
That is extraordinary. And the 8-6 turned over. Simone. The board was horrible. It was a horrible run out for Simone.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can't blame him there, can you, Dara? It was just super clever from Fazula, the sizing.
Yeah. And he showed it as well.
Of course, he showed it.
Well, but Simone doesn't seem tilted by it. It's just whatever.
No, he's a great table demeanor, Simone.
Yeah.
But that's going to hurt. There's no doubt. Like
that
final table
hurt.
bubble.
Yeah.
Huge pot. I can't see how he could call there. He could have ripped it though. But I guess he felt he had a hand that could check call.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think he was mostly just hoping it went check check and he won. And then the sizing was really convincing. It was like, I'm trying to get value now for my 2 pair or whatever.
Totally. Top quality move from Fazula, who's right back in it now. He's back up close to 6.5 million, I believe. This is Chocola with the King 8 in the big blind position, facing a raise from Simone, who's just on the back of losing quite a substantial pot.
Yeah, Simone is now the short stack at the table, so he's going to have to readjust mentally to that and just accept that's the case.
Check back with 2 overs in the back door straight, but Chocola connects, and Simone's going to lose another one here.
Yeah.
This is the kind of card Simone could make it delayed continuation.
Absolutely. This is more his card. This is more his card than the big blind. So he's going to represent it.
And it's going to get snapped. Roman Chocola faced with a 350k bet. Simone gives up. Big blind connects on the turn, and like, I mean, you're completely focused, Dara, right? You're tuned in, like, and that's like Simone has been tuned in. The clear recognition of everything that's going on around him. In the zone, he's playing above average. He's playing really high level poker, and then 2 hands in a row like that.
Yeah.
What does that do to you? I mean, it really knocks you back, surely.
It's really, really difficult, and like that's one of the reasons why I think emotions are a disadvantage in poker. If you could turn them off in this spot, it would be a huge advantage. Because no matter how experienced you are, and no matter how much you understand poker and you understand the swings, it's very, very difficult to take in the moment when 1 minute you're cruising and then 2 hands later suddenly you're the short stack at the table. And you have to just put all of that stuff out of your mind and just focus on the fact, I have this many big blinds. This is how I'm supposed to play in each seat with this amount of big blinds, given the ICM, given all the other factors. And Simone, to his credit, does look like he's handling it very well. And he's gone ahead and opened the King 9 suited, which is obviously a standard open, even off 21 big blinds in the cutoff. But sometimes the other players start coming after you then, because it's almost like they sense blood.
Absolutely. Tomovic letting this one go in the big blind, and that will help the situation for Simone. Eventually, he wins a pot, be it uncontested. Add to his stack, button moves. Tomovic looking around at the situation. He's been very solid for me.
Yeah.
But these guys, Simone and Fazola, are just they're very high quality players.
Yeah.
Chocola with big slick on the button. $100K is the big blind. We're going to see 220,000 open from Chocola. Blue chips are 25K and the oranges valued at 5K. Tomovic not interested. And I think Kamikaze with the 7 deuce. Well, I was going to say he'd fold, but maybe the fact they're suited might incentivize him to peel a flop.
Yeah, we saw him with 7-6 last time. This is about the same equivalent hand, given that it's suited, maybe a little bit worse. It's really marginal. You can make an argument for defending. You can make an argument for folding. On balance, I think I would just let it go, but the call can't be too bad either.
Ace King for Chocola, with the advantage, of course, of position. But this is interesting. Kamikaze has a piece of this.
Yeah, this is a terrible board for Ace King.
Straight.
This is the board where you should be checking Ace King quite a lot. Bet doesn't achieve a lot. Yeah, good check by Roman here. You can probably go two ways here. You can bet small just to try and fold out equity, or you can check and just try to get to showdown. He's gone for decent sized bet, and he's going to get the job done.
So still 10-handed. Final table bubble. Very tense. Simone posting big blind. Faisula now is actually chip leader on this table, 7.1 million. This is Chocola, 5.1 million. King Jack in the cutoff. Average stack, 4 million. Well, we're going to see action.
Yeah.
Kamikaze with nines.
This
Big
is
moment.
a tricky spot. Yeah, tricky spot for the nines here. He is down to 26 big blinds, which makes calling with pairs less attractive. You can make an argument for just shoving here, but he does decide to take the lower variance option and just call. And yeah, Simone is folding the 8-3 suited there, which he would have obviously called earlier in the tournament. But that's what we were talking about earlier. The ICM, these situations, particularly three-way, those hands, you're just going to leak chips a lot of the time if you defend them. Roman might choose to see bet here and start to apply the pressure. His hand won't be good very often here because Kamikaze's range is mostly pairs and aces, all of which he's behind. But he can certainly start betting now and start applying pressure and maybe get them to fold on a later street.
165.
There's a bit of talk. I think there's been action on the outer table, Dara.
Oh, wow.
And I can see the dealer looking over. But meanwhile, this is a significant pot. Kamikaze still in the lead with the pocket nines. And you could just hear that shout. There was an all-in and a call, but we're going to stay on this feature table still. 5 players on this feature table. There was 5 players at the start of the last hand on the outer table, but it looks like there's been developments. Chocola.
I wonder if if that's the case, I wonder if that's actually affecting this hand where Roman is just thinking, okay, well, if we're going to the final table, let's just take it easy and not go wild in this pot. He's going to have to bluff if he wants to try and win it. But his bluff wouldn't be very credible because most of his strong hands would have bet the turn. So he does just check behind, and Kamikaze is going to be quite relieved to see that he won.
Big pot. Kamikaze plays it pretty good. I was impressed with this guy, Kamikaze. And Dara, the fact that players have got up, that means there has been action on the outer table. We're going to go there now. This is the Dutch player, you can see Ronnie Lemons versus the Greek player who we featured yesterday. It's all in 5.6 million. Ronnie has the Greek player King 10 covered. So straight race here. Small pair versus the 2 overs. Chip leader with this small pair, Ronnie Lemens from Holland. This is huge. This is deuces. They hold elimination for King 10. Ronnie Lemens from the Netherlands will probably be the chip leader going to the final table.
That's a huge call with the 2s, incidentally. For almost 30
Absolutely
blinds.
massive.
Yeah.
And you can see King 10 philosophize about the hand, and that's Andy Tillman saying to the dealer that we're going to pause the clock. That's exactly what's going to happen. That's Ronnie Lemons. He's going to be the chip leader at the start of play tomorrow. I think that's about it from us. That's your chip count there. Faizullah, 7.1 million. What a hand versus Simone. Incredible stuff, Dara.
Yeah, actually, I'm learning from the Twitch chat that the 2s just shoved there. So I guess he just open shoved because everybody behind him was shorter, which would make more sense than raise calling pocket 2s.
So, players, you can see, take the mics, disconnect their mics. They're happy. They've made it to the final table of the World Series of Poker Main Event Circuit. This event will continue tomorrow, the final table. We're going to be back broadcasting live from 3 o'clock. It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure to bring you all this live poker content from King's Resort. It's going to be goodbye from me, Fintan Gavin, and Dara. We're going to be back tomorrow.
Back tomorrow. Really looking forward to this final table as we play down to a winner. It should be very exciting, and I expect we're going to see some very high quality play as well.
That's it, folks. We're going to be returning to the stream tomorrow. Do join us. Looking forward to it. But bye from us and bye from King's Resort.